Hi, you're being transported. Stand by.
Oh man, I cut my little guy off. Man, subscribe to Commodore Productions. Well, we'll play him back a little bit later on.
Sounds
We're
good.
live. Yeah.
Am I with my particles here? Yeah.
Uh oh.
I thought a few of those particles got lost somewhere. We just have to look for them.
Yeah.
Somewhere in transit, probably down aisle 13, somewhere around there.
Or yeah,
13.
aisle 13 probably
Why
where it's
13? What the hell?
Yeah,
Well,
13's I remember.
welcome everybody to the 8,000 sub. Oh yeah, man, it took a while to get there, little by little, crawling like little ants. We finally got to 8,000. Damn it, man! I think I know where I'm
8,000
going now.
subscribers. 8,000 subscribers.
Well, I'm Jim. We got Matt over here on the side, and we got Mikey from Mikey Sue down below.
Hello, everybody.
And we have a new type of transporter. When people chit chats all the time, they hear this.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Well, there's no one else on the pad, so we'll have to wait and see when they show up. I will show you a little small clip here. It is a Fringy ship, and it's farting and that. Story Visor says, we need the right stars. Now we got the right stars going right.
Yeah, we got
No sound or anything, but that's a Fringy trader ship from Enterprise. So it's old, but it farts now and then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's an old ship.
Yeah, you just have to put in the fart sounds in space.
Maybe.
Oh, there's a thing about that. There is no sound in space.
Oh, that's right.
I know.
And there
That's
is
the
no
cardinal rule.
Yeah.
There is one thing too. There is no smoke in space either. It's like more of an implosion.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, I don't know when Musk shoots a starship up. It's in the upper atmosphere.
It's in the upper ionosphere. It's up in the probably up in the E region of the ionosphere.
I mean, you do see it go smoke and all.
It will.
I have to say congratulations, Jim, on your 8,000.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Let's see.
I'm only 7,804 away.
Oh, that all?
That's all.
Oh hell, that's just a drop in a bucket, man.
Oh no, it's not.
Let's see what I've got in chat. We got this Jim's Landscape guy says hello and welcome.
That guy.
And we got Mikey Sue says, "Hey people, I'm still alive." Oh, that's good. And we got Cuber there. Mikey Sue, hey, howdy.
How you doing?
I can't say it.
Oh, that's hello, Mr. Stark. Good to see you.
Yeah, I can't understand this. Hello, Mr. Snort GTSY.
That's what I said. Hello, Mr. Snort. Good to see you. GTSY is an acronym for Good to See You.
Okay. And I said hi to both of you guys. Then we got this gorilla guy that came on, which he's live right now. Congrats on 8K. Yeah.
And we got somebody in the basement too.
Oh, I see that. I see that. Hang in there for a minute.
Room, stand by.
Thank you, gorilla.
Well, you got control. You can hit that sucker if you want.
Hit the transporter button.
All right, transporter button standing by.
Energize.
Hello. An LDG free the net saying hello. Hello.
If not, I'm gonna beam them up here. I'm gonna snap my damn fingers.
Hey, there we go.
You mean you couldn't find the darn thing?
No, I just snap my fingers.
Doggone it! I wanted a transporter effect.
Okay, here you go.
Hi, you're being transported. Stand by.
We aim to please. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Aboard,
and yeah, congratulations on 8,000 there, Jim.
Hey, thank you very much.
Yeah,
I do
that's
know one thing.
Harpo, right? Yeah, Harpo. Yeah.
I got to activate our names here, so I'm working on it. Boom! There you go.
There.
Stone Racket, what's up?
There it is. Boom! There it is.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I
Yeah.
want to make sure I popped in here to congratulate you. Your channel's just growing exponentially here.
Yeah. Well, it took a while from 7,000 to 8,000, but that's okay. Let
Yeah,
it take its time.
that's good though.
Yeah.
It takes time to build a channel. No
Yeah.
matter the it just takes seems like it takes forever. And the
Yeah.
requirements now are just so ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
It's just I don't even bother with it no more.
Yeah.
Hey Jim, how long have you? So how long now have you been a part of YouTube? When was the first time you came on?
2008. But
And
I
just
didn't
one
do.
channel, right?
I didn't. Well, I do have a second channel, but I haven't really done anything with it yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of in limbo. A lot of
Right.
people.
Thank you, lover.
Oh, you're forgetting us.
Lost in Space Robot.
No, that's just dinner for later. Don't worry, I'm not going to be eating on camera again. I saw it
Uh-oh.
me last time.
We know what happened with that.
What happened?
That is so rude.
It
What
wasn't.
happened?
Hey, it wasn't meant to be rude. All I was doing was yogurt. It was yogurt. Yeah.
Oh, well, that shouldn't make a whole lot of noise unless of course you have some
No,
granola in there.
but then when Stone, but then when Fleet Admiral Jim Shepard adds a few little sound effects.
Excuse me.
Oh
Ooh.
my!
Fire phasers.
Fire!
Oh man!
Oh my
How
god!
many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Go! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Keep firing, assholes!
There you go.
Oh,
I know
It's
that
all-
Bill likes to use that, so
It's all good fun.
it is.
Yeah.
My favorite episode of Star Trek, of course, is Balance of Terror. But
Yes.
they don't quite have the phasers down right there. They go
Yeah.
phaser one, fire. It's photon torpedoes they're actually firing, but they haven't worked that out yet.
They haven't
probably
solved
never
that
will.
problem. Yeah.
And of
Well,
course,
my favorite, my favorite TOS of all time has always been iMud, and that's tied with City on the Edge of
Yeah.
Forever. Those are my two favorite ones. I'm sorry, I just like something about androids. Norman's so cool, runs the entire planet, but then Jim Kirk gets, shifty and manipulative in his own right, and he makes Norman burn up along with Mud's help.
yeah, that's what I like about Kirk. He knows how to short out computers.
He does. Major computer. I mean, Norman ran the entire planet.
The one thing
I
I
thought
would
it-
have,
that-
the one thing
you
I
know,
would have changed in Return of the Archons is
yeah.
I would have had Kirk say to the Landru computer, "You are not God. You are a machine."
Right.
And that's what I wanted to hear. Because some people look at that episode as an attack on religion in general and Christianity in particular, but Spock says the paradise of the factory, and the machine. It's more like, well, is it cults and communism it's attacking? You could have read it any way, I think, but yeah.
It could have been interpreted other ways too. Stone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, certainly. LDG, hello.
Hey,
LDG, I did send you a link. It's down
Hey,
there.
when Jim says he sent you a link, see, I already knew there was a Facebook thing going on, and I just went there, and that was it. Really? Here, I'm there. Yeah, that's ironic.
Now Jim, you said that was the Lost in Space robot. I think you're referring to one of the creatures in one of the Lost in
Yes.
Space, the Wish Upon a Star creature.
That's when he wanted that thinking machine back for himself, because he
Right.
came out of the ship and he grabbed it and went back in, and all of a sudden there was nothing there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because Dr. Smith wanted a slave.
Yeah.
And that's what ended all the wish machine.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I was, when I rewatched, this is several weeks ago, I was rewatching Pop's review stream on that episode, and the panel was under the impression that everything that was wished for had a time limit. It's like, no, things disintegrated once Smith requested a slave.
Yeah.
And they didn't. I was like, oh, I wish I was on that panel, because it's like, no. Yeah. I mean, there was a limitation on the size of the object, because that's why they only got a dinky Jupiter 2.
Yeah.
When Smith asked for a new Jupiter 2, he just got the model.
Oh yeah. Well, tonight, Stone, we're doing Star Trek V, the Final Frontier review, and I keep saying to people, it's like in the scene with the so-called God. What does God need with a starship? I'm sorry, but if you get a bolt like that, you're dead. I'm sorry, you're dead. And McCoy will be standing there all by himself. But somehow they don't die? Yeah, come on. You know how much electricity, how much energy that was expended into Kirk and into Spock? The men are dead. I mean,
that was just a little jolt. That's all. Come on.
Well, I kind of like Jill's interpretation of. I like Jill's interpretation of Star Trek V, that it's all a dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but I do like Kirk saying, what does God need with a starship? And that tells you right away, it's like, this isn't God.
Right.
This is something opposite.
Something, well, you know what? I didn't interpret it as a demon of any kind. I just interpreted it as a alien entity, sort of like, do you remember Stone in the animated series, the guy who thought, he portrayed like he was Lucifer, and that was the where they were like back there in the old times with witches, Salem, and all that stuff.
Yep.
That reminds me of what the entity is, basically. And
it could be an entity that's using some of our history and beliefs against us. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it.
Definitely. I'd say if you compared the two, it's right there.
Yeah.
That's what they did. They looked into the minds and probably the computers on the ship, and they created a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But I love how Cybok got it back and made an image of himself. And then
it's me, Cybok.
It's me, Cybok. Come and do the sharing with me. So basically, Cybok tricked the entity into revealing itself as being basically a dark side. And then you had the two just, collided. Like matter, antimatter. That's what happened.
Oh, like Lazarus A and Lazarus B. Oh, no.
Yes. You remember. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lazarus.
Hey,
Whatever happened to that actor? Whatever happened to him?
Don't know.
He died.
Don't know.
Probably did. That was a long time ago.
Long time ago,
yeah. He was
vaporized instantly.
Yeah.
He was a replacement. For oh gosh,
I hate it when mine goes like that.
Yeah, he was that particular. It was Robert Brown, I think, is the actor's name, and he was
Brown?
He was the replacement. He was the replacement for John Barrymore Jr., who was originally contracted for that role of Lazarus, but they switched up the script, so he no longer had that black technician as a love interest.
Right.
I think the network came down on that, and they couldn't do it. And I think maybe that was the reason John Barrymore Jr. took a powder, because he did not show up, and so he was fined by his because of Roddenberry and the production staff on Star Trek. They complained to the Screen Actors Guild, and the Screen Actors Guild fined John Barrymore Jr. and he didn't have any work for 6 months.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was called the Alternative Factor.
Alternative Factor. Is it Robert Brown? Am I correct?
Yes, and he just died 2 years ago in 2022.
2022.
Yeah, he died the same year as Joanna Cameron from the Secrets of ISIS series, among others.
Well,
how old was Joanna?
I can find out for you. Robert was 95.
Oh wow.
Oh, he died yesterday, 2 years ago.
Wow.
September
Wow.
19th, 2022. So we were basically celebrating Robert Brown's life yesterday.
We didn't even know it till now.
No.
Yeah. Karen, Joanna, let's see here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Joanna, I'm sorry. She died 3 years ago in 2021. October 15th would have been, let's see, would have been her 76th birthday, but she died at the age of 73. So she died 3 years ago. Yeah. So Robert Brown 2 years ago and Joanna 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And right now, since like I said, right now I'm doing the Secrets of ISIS. I'm doing the show itself. She was actually in 3 episodes with the guy Boswick that played Jackson Boswick that played the Shazam character. They did 3 crossover episodes. I've done the first one. I've reviewed the first crossover episode they were in, and then there's 2 more left. Now
And
there was only 22 episodes from her series, and then
Mikey Sue's 4. I have 2 trivia questions for you.
Oh no, not that.
Joanna Cameron, what Columbo episode was she in?
Ooh.
And no use of the computer.
No, don't look at the computer.
Yeah, no.
Stay away from the computer.
She was she was the assistant to the Dick Van Dyke character in Negative Reaction is the name of the
Negative
episode.
Reaction.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And-
she was also in. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. She was in an episode of the Amazing Spider-Man with Nicholas Hammond as Spider-Man.
Oh, Nicholas Hammond. Okay.
So, what episode? Just the number episode? Which one was she in?
I have no idea.
Okay, she was in episodes 2 and 3 of season 1. It was a 2-parter. It was something called The Red Dust was the name of it. So,
who did she play?
She played an attorney, I guess, in that.
Oh, okay.
And she was friends with Peter Parker. So, no, she wasn't an attorney. I take that back. She was a photographer. She was a camera person. She wanted to take pictures and things. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So she was like a friend of his. Yeah, in a 2-part episode.
And
it was about
ISIS
radiation dust and stuff.
As far as ISIS, it's historically significant. For what reason? As far as television history, it's significant for the fact that she played the first female superheroine in live action.
In live action before Wonder Woman, right?
Before Wonder Woman, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and also what's important is, well, okay, so Star Trek, the original series, had already done this, but it was also the second live action series to feature an Asian actor or actress, and that was Joanna Pang. She played Cindy Lee. Yeah. Most people didn't know that too, and I was like, oh, cool. Yeah. So, well, George Takei led the way, and then Cindy Lee, played by Joanna Pang, came into the live action. So, yeah.
You bet.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
great.
Mikey, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you have your StreamYards up on your live coming up at 11?
Yeah, but everything's arranged. Yeah, it's all set up. StreamYard
Did you
and
see my comment in
connected
there?
to YouTube. Oh, let me take a
That's what I
look.
was seeing if it's working.
The YouTube comment. Yeah, I can check it. Hold on.
Well,
Well,
it,
I know what you. Yeah, right now,
yeah,
pre-stream to Mikey's stream. Gorilla's got a cigar lounge going.
I know.
Oh, Gorilla. Okay. Let's see here.
But you need to go into your StreamYard. You can still do it while you're live on here and bring
It
up
works.
your stream and see if there are the comments in there
Yeah.
in
Hello
StreamYard.
from. Yeah. Hello from you. 8 p.m. Eastern. 8,000 party. Here's the link to panel.
Yeah,
It's all in the chat there. Yes,
yeah, and it's
it's there.
it should be. Well, we know it works on stream on YouTube, but StreamYards, like I said, you can pop up and open it up. It's not going to interfere with you.
Yeah.
I do it all the time,
Yeah.
and
That's nice.
I spent a half an hour trying to figure out how to do subscribers only. So I typed it in YouTube and found a nice lady that told me in 2 minutes how to do it.
Sweet.
Yeah. Nice.
And I saved the video,
Yeah.
so it should be members only. Everyone's saying, "Do members only." Well, subscribers only. But
Yeah.
yeah, thanks.
Both comments are in StreamYard.
Good.
Yeah. It
Cool.
works. Yeah.
Thanks.
It works.
Thanks to LDG for showing the way. Thank you very much, there, LDG.
That was the blocking from Google. That was I didn't even know. Like I
Yeah.
some of those things that you put down at the time that you the time that you do it. I'm going to leave that open. Okay, so I can go to it next.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the time that at the time you're not thinking about it, but you go to your Google and you say, "Oh, blocking users. Oh, that's probably a better way to just
Right.
other than yeah." Well, that's the thing. It's the Google account is automatically. We all know this is tied into YouTube.
Mhm.
So when you block somebody on YouTube, you better darn well check to make sure that you didn't also just block them on Google accounts, because then that's permanent. That stays there until you take it off. So yeah, I know there's a lot of people that are on there.
Yeah, I
I won't
really
say
don't
how
have
many,
that.
but there's some. Yeah.
I don't have that problem. I just go to your thing and unblock, and I'm done.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. So it's all there.
And I'm going to show you a new avatar I found today.
Yeah.
So if I ever do go to Gorillas, I got my cigar right there, ready to go.
Oh, there you go. Cool. Yeah.
I just happen to think that Captain Picard had a cigar. I punched it up on YouTube. There's only 2 on there that I could find. One where Q was coming back and everything and singing, and then flicked his fingers, and both guys has stogies in their mouths. I want something close by, and this other one is again with Q, where this moon was falling into the planet, and Q pushed it back into orbit where it's supposed to be, and he flicked his fingers, and the cigar was right there, and that's what, as you've seen. Or hell, if I go to Grills, I got my cigar right there,
Yeah.
all set up.
I never did like Q, and I'm glad Cisco got to punch him in the face.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Picard never did that.
No,
I'm not
Picard never
Picard.
hit me.
I'm not
But I'm
Picard.
not Picard. Right.
That's right.
You know, and we all know Kirk would have kicked his butt.
Kicked his
You know
ass in
what, I-
Chinatown.
Yeah. No. Kirk probably would have kicked him in the balls first, and then Kirk was aggressive. Kirk would have
Whoa,
just
Snortopoopas Q Burr.
And he says,
Hey.
howdy to LDG.
how LDG.
Yeah.
Howdy.
We all say howdy to
This is
LTG.
how. Yeah,
Mhm.
he's so funny because he says how humans and other critters.
Yeah,
I didn't know I was a critter.
I asked Jill.
You're a transplant.
I asked
Oh
Jill.
no! I'm a trans maple leaf now. No transplant.
I asked Jill to explain Snortopupus, his last name, and she didn't answer, and I said, "Well, it's bear. He's just mispronouncing it, burr."
Bear.
So, because the reason I know that is my older brother, when he was really really young, and he was out with the folks at Yellowstone, when the first time he saw a bear, he said, "There's the burr." And so I just went, every time I see Snortopupus Q burr, I just went, "Oh, there's the bear."
It's the bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. I just figured people just come out with wacky names for their
Well, he's
YouTube.
the conceit for him is that he's a polar bear.
Oh, okay.
And so like my conceit is I'm a cat, a ginger cat.
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm Captain McCard smoking a silky.
Well, I don't know. Do you really want to be a Picard captain, or do you want to be a Kirk captain?
I tell you what, if you ever see that hand move to his mouth, you better let me know fast, because I'll be taking that sucker down quick.
What happened to Mikey?
Stretch.
Oh, who knows what's going
I'm right
on over
here.
there.
Hello,
Happy
Snortopupus Cuber.
Yep.
Yeah, now my this is one that Suzanne found for us when we reached our 7-year wedding anniversary. This was our us. That's going to be us in the future, and I think it's a perfect representation of both of us eventually when we get older.
Snortopupus says hello to you, Matt.
Yep. Howdy, Matt.
Howdy, Matt.
Hello.
We're sorry. He's indisposed at this time, or something else.
Yeah, Mikey was asking me earlier about the animated series, and I have to confess I have not watched more than the first 2 episodes.
Well, they have,
he says, "I'll shut up."
Oh,
shut up now.
Yeah, Snortopupus, you don't have to quiet yourself. You can talk as much as you want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Mikey, I got it was back in June. I finally got the animated series on Blu-ray.
Oh, nice. All 22 episodes?
Yep, all 22 episodes. I also got 2 tribbles from eBay sellers, the Diamond Select tribbles that they came out with in 2008. There were still sellers on eBay that had those still in the original wrapping. And so
they're expensive.
I paid it was about $30 for a piece, so $60 for. I bought a beige tribble and a dark brown tribble. And the mechanism, I was like, well, it says batteries included, but what's the shape of these batteries? And
green.
Both mechanisms had old batteries made in China, but none of them had leaked.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so they were totally dead, of course, but they hadn't leaked, and so that I was relieved. And
hey, Daniel.
Put in hey, Daniel.
Howdy.
And I put fresh batteries in, and the mechanisms worked. And the one for the brown tribble is hypersensitive. It's so sensitive that when I sneeze, it sets the thing off in the living room.
Damn.
Like I'll be watching my TV, and if I sneeze at that particular angle, I have the tribbles up on a shelf real high up so the cats can't get them.
Right.
And when I sneeze at that particular angle when I'm watching TV, it sets the brown tribble off.
Wow.
And I have the brown tribble set on the angry tribble sound. So it sets it off, and of course my cats are like, what the heck's going on? That's
crazy.
happened. That's happened 3 times now where I've sneezed and it sets the stupid thing off. And it's like what?
Jeez.
Is that the one when we got? I can't imitate the sound, but
Yeah, it's the one. It's the sound they make when they encounter a Klingon.
right.
And so they call that the angry sound. And then of course the other side of the switch, it's the purr sound.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the beige
I'll be
tribble
back.
on the purr and the brown tribble on the angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I there's times where Jill even though she wasn't on camera, she sometimes would have the tribbles.
Mm-hmm.
She has a tribble, and she would have it either purr or make the angry sound. And I just said, well, gosh, I never did get one of those, the tribbles that actually work. Yeah,
Right.
I just got one from Star Trek Enterprises years and years before.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just fuzzball. That's all it was. And so I decided to get the official thing, and sure enough, there was a couple sellers on eBay that still had these, and
That's good.
yeah, that's cool. Good old reliable eBay.
Yeah, I checked on eBay one time. Those damn things are going for like $80. I'm like, holy shit!
Oh no, I only spent
Screw that. Yeah.
one was I think like $32, and the other one was 28.
Wow.
One seller was 100%, and the other seller was like 98 point something.
Yeah.
But his negative reviews were whiners, this
Well,
petty stuff. And so I said, well, I think I can trust this guy, no problem. They
yeah.
shipped him right away in solid boxes, and good to go. And I noticed you've got a couple videos on the Playmates version of the phaser and the communicator. That's another
Yep.
thing. That's another thing I sent for back in June. I have the Diamond Select
Mm-hmm.
versions of those items, but I didn't have the even earlier one of the Playmates brand. And so there was a seller that had those. Those were a lot more expensive than the tribbles.
Wow.
So yeah, I spent oh gosh, about $150 to get both of those things.
Did you go to Amazon and get the phasers?
No, I went to I wanted to get the original ones that were released in the 80s, and there was a seller that had them still sealed,
Yeah.
and it was in the original. Now they do have more recent editions of them, but I wanted the ones that were from that original
Right.
batch. And so I paid a little more for that. But yeah, I know what you're referring to. They're still available on Amazon. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There was like $30. They had
That's
two of
just
them.
like this in your right here.
Yep, that's it.
I got one. Sci-Fi Nation sent me a phaser as Matt showing, and
Yeah.
they had a second one. It said it was a 10-incher bigger. Well,
Oh.
they lied.
Oh, they
ordered
lied.
it. I ordered it.
Uh-huh.
Same price as what Jay paid, and it's exactly the same damn thing what you get on Amazon. So that's a false advertisement.
Yeah, I would have gotten them on that because that's false advertising.
It is, but I got two phasers, so I got one put away, and I can play with one.
Yeah, there you go. I
Don't
prefer.
vaporize yourself.
I actually prefer the Diamond Select because
Yeah,
it the mechanism is actually in the hand phaser, and that's where you had the batteries are.
Yep.
And it just projects a beam of light through the front of the phaser pistol mount.
yeah.
And
I got me a nice little handy dandy cover here. I found only cost me $6. So
you got a holster.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
No Velcro belt for you. You want a holster for it.
That Velcro belt was $250 on eBay.
Oh, really?
I'm like,
oh, okay.
what?
What? Was it one of the brown ones or was it a black
Brown ones, the brown ones,
The
and they
original.
give you the stuff to put on here,
Uh-huh.
the
Yeah.
black ones or whatever, so you can stick it on. I'm like, this is $6,
Yeah, I'd go with the
and
$6.
I got a belt and everything, and
Right.
it's got the Star Trek emblem on it.
Oh,
But
okay.
$10, something like that. I'm like, I can make my own. It'd be different,
Yeah. It's
but it'll still
different,
work.
but it's original. It's not exactly the show, but you can just say, "Hey, I'm improvising here."
Yeah. Let's put this away. Make sure you don't press that little button. Take the little strap here.
There you go.
Good to go. Take it and hang it on your side.
Uh,
Upcoming episode I'm doing, you're going to see that. And you're
good.
also going to see the hand phaser type 1, which is a Diamond Select.
There
I
you go.
looked on eBay for the whole phaser, $80 to $125 for those suckers.
Oh my goodness. I have 3 of those. I got my little bro
Yeah.
bought me one for my birthday, but I had already ordered one of the Diamond Select ones,
Yeah.
but I didn't tell him that. But the one he got me was the one with the original gold handle.
Oh.
Like the very first the early episodes, the handles were gold, and then they changed them into with black handles, and that's what I got from Diamond Select. And then a few years later, my best friend got me both a phaser and a communicator for my birthday, and so that's how I ended up. I have 2 communicators and 3 phasers. So, but now with the Playmates, I have 4 phasers and 3 communicators. So I think I'm all set.
I think you better find some friends and have a damn crew made. and you can come down to Commodore Productions. Just get your green screen and that, and we can make some videos.
Well, that's the thing. I don't have a camera and I don't have a green screen.
You got a cell phone, don't you? That's all you need.
Well, yeah, I do have a cell phone. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid if I put up any kind of a screen, my cats will knock it down.
Yeah. And I have a program where I can take out any background.
That's pretty cool. I know there was something. I have a Mac computer, and I know there was something that you could do on the Mac computer. If you had one of the Pro computers, you could do that with the, to take any background. And I was like, gosh, I want to put some dinosaurs in the background if I could do that.
Good. You could.
Yeah. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I refuse to grow up.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff myself, but anymore I need to just get what I need and not buy what I want. And that's kind of hard.
Yeah, my friendly neighborhood postal carrier, he's always bringing these boxes up to me, and I look at him, I go, yeah, I know I'm buying too many things, right?
Yep.
I got to stop buying stuff.
We got somebody in the basement.
Yeah, stand by.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on a transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Hey, Daniel, what's up?
Hi, what's up, guys?
Yeah. 8,000 subscribers. Yeah.
That's a lot more than what I have. I only have 4 subscribers.
And I'm one of them.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Well, I don't really have a channel, but I was told on one of the earlier live streams that I was on that someone's looked into the Stone Racket channel, and they said, "Whoa, Stone Racket, he started his channel in 2008."
Yep.
So both of us got our Yahoo accounts in the same year, Jim.
Yep. I know. 28 was a good year, I guess.
But yeah, I'm not a content creator.
Yeah.
I not that ambitious, I guess. I don't know. But I have been bugged to do things either with my cats or with the Folkmanis puppets that I have.
Mhm.
Do something silly like that, but I'm like, well, I don't know.
It keeps you entertained.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really don't have any excuse because I'm retired and have all this time on my hands.
Well, if you get bored, I got a bunch of stuff over here you can do. Lots of stuff. Got so much stuff to do. I don't know which way. I mean, I'm off today. Well, it's shot, and the whole weekend, and I'm looking around like, where do I start?
Oh, finally. False alarm thing again. They had it on the 16th floor. Some of those people just keep smoking weed and they don't care. They're not
Yeah.
even supposed to smoke in the building. They can smoke in their own. Here's the thing: they can smoke in their own apartment, and it's not an issue. But if they
Oh
go
yeah.
anywhere outside their apartment and they go into the hallway or anything, it's automatically very sensitive to smoke, and it sets off the alarms. And then you get the fire department dragged out here, and
Yep.
they go all the way up there. And if it's a false alarm, this building gets billed $500 every time for a false alarm.
Wow.
Every time.
I can't even step on the balcony. There's a balcony on every floor.
Yeah, there's a balcony.
Oh my goodness, no excuse.
Right. This is a birthday cake. We're
Oh,
starting early.
was it your birthday recently?
Bring
It is.
it
It is coming
closer.
up on Sunday. Sorry.
Bring it closer so I can use it for my knowledge. Star Trek 5.
Well, yeah.
What did you
Bring
say,
the ship
Mikey?
closer.
You said something
Yeah.
about Sunday?
Yeah, this coming Sunday. Yeah, we're doing a stream at 12 noon straight up. My 59th birthday.
Oh
Yes.
God, he's getting old.
59.
There's
He's
the
getting
cake.
old.
Cool. So
Yeah.
that's early birthday cake.
Early birthday cake
Too early.
and, and strawberry
Too
ice
early.
cream.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
My youngest nephew's
So,
birthday was this past Monday, and he had strawberry ice cream with his cake.
There
So
you go.
that was good eating for me and everybody in the family there.
I mean, suck.
Oh, come on, Mikey. You got to eat that ice cream on camera so I can make another video. Come on.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jim.
Birthday wishes to your nephew.
Oh, thank you.
Strawberry cake with I made this strawberry syrup to put on top and in the middle, and real fresh strawberries with cream on top.
Ooh,
I want some.
Yeah.
you're getting me hungry.
Well, let's put it this way: my type 2 diabetes and her type 2 diabetes are going away this weekend.
It's screwed.
We're screwed. Yes,
It was worth it.
it's worth it.
Yeah.
You know, when do you turn 59? I swear, 10 years ago, we wouldn't even be talking.
59. Was 59 a good year at that time? I don't know. I can't remember.
59. Yeah, it was. It was a great year because that was the year I was born.
I was born in 63.
63.
I'm 61.
Yeah.
Yep.
How old are you, Stone Racket?
I'm well, I will be 65 in just a few weeks.
Oh, happy early birthday.
Yeah, happy early
Thank
birthday.
you.
Yep,
Yeah,
happy
you're
birthday.
only a year. Yeah, you're only a year behind our friend PvP. He's 66 already.
Yeah, yeah, he and I were the old fogies on the stream, and then he and I would get into talking about old stuff, and the young'uns
Yep.
on the panel would get bored to tears. But that's what happens when you're old. You like to reminisce.
It's a
Well,
lot of experience.
always remember this. Boomer will always be in the 70s. So we got a long ways to catch up to him.
Yeah.
Which I call him Bloomer. I always call him Bloomer. And one day he goes, "That's Boomer." I says, "Frack you. It's Bloomer yet, Bloomer ding dong."
So who is Bloomer then?
Boomer is
That's Phantom Boomer.
yeah, Phantom
Oh,
Boomer.
oh yeah, the Phantom Boomer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I
man's
was
old.
on a Doomcock member stream
Yeah.
one time, and his camera was on, but he was
Uh-oh.
not there, but he had it aimed at this gorgeous poster on his wall of Veronica Lake.
Yeah.
And so for like I'd say 3 or 4 minutes it said Phantom Boomer, and was this poster of Veronica Lake, and then finally he got on camera. But I asked him on 2 different streams. I said, "Have you seen the movie So Proudly We Hail?" And he hadn't seen it. And I said, "You got to see it because Veronica Lake is a badass in that movie."
Eh,
It's like she's really good. Very good
yeah.
performance. It concerns nurses in World War II.
Okay.
And it's got Claudette Colbert and Paulette Goddard and Veronica Lake, and it has George Reeves,
Yeah.
Yeah, George Reeves, the
original
the super,
Superman.
yeah, the
Well, the
Superman.
TV
Oh no,
Superman.
no, no, no. The
The
original
original Superman
Superman
was
is
Kirk
Allen.
Allen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kirk Allen. Yeah, from the
yeah,
40s. Yeah,
yeah. From the serials that were made.
right.
But but George Reeves got his Superman the Mole Men or the Mole People. He got
Right.
that in the theaters, and then the series started shortly after that.
Yeah. One of the first, I know that I'm getting up there in age because my dad is going to turn 80 years old in November.
Oh
His
boy.
birthday, his birthday shares the same birthday as his brother-in-law,
Huh.
Justin, who turns 80 also.
Oh, cool.
His sister is 86. She just turned 86 in February. Um, and I know I'm really old because the first movie my dad took me to when I was 5 was the 2001: A Space Odyssey
Sweet.
on a very small screen in 1970. The following
Yeah.
year, we moved to Arizona. So, yeah,
That's a
5 years away.
that's an interesting first movie for a
It
5-year-old.
was.
Right? Yeah, psychedelic trip, man.
Yeah, I saw 2001. Yeah, it opened in April, but then it went, as they say, it was released wide release in June,
Right.
Right.
and that's when I saw it. Was in June of '68 with my older brother and his best friend,
Hmm.
and I was uh, just a few months shy of my 9th birthday when I first saw that movie. And
Did that trip you out when Dave went through his psychedelic trip?
yeah, it's
With Dave?
I just was totally fascinated by that movie, and of course the last part of it, threw me off. But listening to my older brother and his friend discuss things kind of gave me some interesting interpretations. But
Yep.
that movie changed the way I looked at movies because I started pursuing criticism and film analysis. And
Right.
I first I asked my father if he could get the novel for me, and I read the novel, and that just wasn't good enough. And then a few years later, I bought the book, The Making of Kubrick's 2001,
Hmm.
which is just incredible. I highly recommend that book. It has a lot of reviews and a lot of essays and articles and interviews. And that really helped me understand the film
There you
far
go.
more
Yeah.
than just reading the novel. Because the novel was I found it very dry.
Yeah.
But the movie is just astounding. It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's easily in my top 3. And what's interesting is when I was in community college, I took a cinema course, and they brought it back. They brought back 2001 as like a study of pure cinema with the earliest like form of visual effects, and I was really intrigued. And then when I found out that 2010 with Roy Scheider was coming up, I said I got to see it. But what I did was I read the Isaac Asimov 2001 novel. Then I read the 2010, and then I even read the 2061 novel.
Okay.
All three of those that he put out. And so then by the time I saw 2010 in theaters, I saw it opening day, and I had already read the book 2010, and I was like, that is so awesome. And it was good. The sequel's not the greatest, but I think it does complete. Now, it's a trilogy if you do 2061, but to this day, nobody has even attempted to do 2061 as far as I know in theaters. So,
No,
Hey,
they
Sci-Fi
haven't.
Mombi, welcome aboard. Thank you.
hi, Sci-Fi Mombi. How's your kids doing?
So is Mikey Sue and Daniel's Hot Topics.
Yee. And Stone Racket Man.
Howdy, Stone
Howdy,
Racket.
howdy.
Matt. Yep. Mikey,
Yeah.
do you still got some ice cream left?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, somebody here is going to come over and get it from you.
Okay.
I got a little small ice cream here. I'm chomping on.
There you go.
He's
Vic
fine.
is hanging in there.
Let's see.
Sci-Fi Mombi,
Hello,
howdy.
Mombi.
Yeah. Now, Mombi says, "Oh no,
Wow,
he has a
surgery.
scan
Wow.
this week for what kind of surgeries?"
Oh, LGG.
Sci-Fi Mombi. I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, man, you still got some ice cream? I need to get some. I'm starving to death here. I might take a while. Damn ship's farting again, but I'm trying to get there pretty quickly.
Fringy Trader Ship.
Warning: warp engine malfunction.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
And what Star
So-
Trek series did that ship come out of?
I'd say Deep Space Nine.
I
But I
say
don't-
TNG. I'd say TNG.
Enterprise.
Deep Space
Enterprise.
Nine and
wow.
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Yeah, that ain't right. Enterprise shouldn't have Ferengi. But they also had Borg, didn't they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have strawberry ice cream there, Sci-Fi Mommy. My birthday is coming up in 2 more days.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I turned 59. I'm a nerve man. I'm almost there.
Keepers.
Yes, I hope so for Vic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Snort has to go in for dental misery. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Snort man.
One of my friends has been put in the hospital that we play music with, and
Thank
he
you.
had
Thank you,
he had a
Mombi.
heart attack.
Happy early birthday. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Mombi, tell Vic that for his gallbladder that we'll send some prayers his way, okay?
Most definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Send lots of prayers.
Lots of prayers that way. Yes.
Yep.
You know, Stone Racket, between yourself and Jim, you've been living for 126 years.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
That's very good.
Well, that's a lot of life experience. Yes,
Mikey,
Screwbooks.
I'm 55 years old myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw books. Life experience is much more meaningful.
Yeah, really. Favorite polar bear, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
dental misery. I
Yeah.
went over
Thank
30
you.
years.
Thank you, Mombi.
I'll tell him.
Cool.
Thank you.
I went over 30 years without going to the dentist, and I paid for it by having my 2 lower back molars pulled.
Dude.
I had on the right side, I had a cavity filled years before, and that tooth broke, and that's what prompted me to I had to go. I better go back to the dentist. And they looked at the tooth on the other side, and they said, well, you got a cavity along the gum line here, and it's kind of a lost cause. And I said, okay, yank them both then. So I had 2 teeth pulled. That was back in, let's see, what year was that?
Long time ago.
That was, I was trying to think of.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, or
Yeah, something like that.
It was in July of 2021, because in
oh, wow.
January of 2022 is when I was in the hospital with COVID.
Well, I told you it was so far,
geez.
far away.
So I know I had my teeth pulled before I had COVID. So I was trying to remember. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But
a couple thousand years ago.
There you go.
Oh, Mombi, they're so expensive. Yeah, they're so expensive. I don't plan on getting any crowns anytime soon.
I'm not going to have any.
Nope.
Any root canals done. I just said no. I'm going to pull the tooth, and then my dentist just keeps saying, well, you don't have anything down there for your upper molars to clamp down on, and he's worried about movement of those teeth. And I'm like, what? So, and I said, well, if there's anything going on, I'll just get implants. And he kind of frowned at that. And I don't know why, because I'd rather have implants than a root canal any day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and the implants are titanium and porcelain, and they're not going to rot away. So,
yeah, they're just going to stay there. The porcelain, especially, doesn't wear down at all. So
yeah, you know, and it's like, well, you know, my surgeon that yanked the teeth, he told me that he had that done.
Yeah,
because he said, well, that's something to consider. He says, I've had that done, so I.
One root problem is all the crap food and drinks and stuff that they sell in the grocery stores that's bad for you.
Yeah, I avoid pop, soda, because I had some kidney stones back in 2009, and they told me don't drink anything carbonated, and I just went okay. So I stopped doing that.
It's still
yeah.
Yeah, it's still painful when you pull or when you pass. When you pass kidney stones, that's the worst part. I would never wish that on anyone. It's so freaking painful.
I've had that happen to me 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I was in grad school, and it was a freaky thing where I was taking these time-released vitamin C tablets, 1,500 milligram, but I wasn't drinking enough water, and I told the urologist, I said, well, I've been getting over an upper respiratory thing, and my father gave me these 1,500 time-release vitamin C's, but I said, if I didn't drink enough water, would that have crystallized my urine? And he said, yeah, I think that's probably what happened, because there was nothing that passed, from the bladder. Yeah. And there was nothing, they couldn't detect anything, and they that was what my theory was. But the one in 2009 and 2013 and 2020, those were bona fide stones. Small ones, small but deadly.
Yes.
And the first 2 times for those, they just gave me morphine. And of course, I told them the first time they were trying to do that, I said, that's not going to do a damn thing. And
that doesn't resolve anything.
It once it passes, once it gets above the bladder, yeah, the morphine will kick in and kind of calm you down and bring your blood pressure down. Mm-hmm. But the third time, this last time in 2020, they gave me Toradol, which is one of the nurses told me the place where I used to work, one of the nurses there told me that Toradol is a hyped up form of ibuprofen, and they give it to you intravenously. But I tell you, within 3 minutes, the pain went away. So if anybody has that happen at a kidney stone, tell them, give me the Toradol now.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
because that does the trick. I was amazed. It just within minutes it took the pain away, and I was able to actually, lay down, and they took my vitals, and I wasn't in pain and writhing around while they were trying to take my vitals like the previous times.
Interesting.
yeah. The first time, well, I already knew that my wife already had her diabetes, and this was at the time after I had just moved here back about 2017. And I just went in. I went downstairs because I had some paramedics that were on site just to do welfare checks and stuff like that. So this is the first time I was acclimated with that. And I went down and had a health check done. And that's when they determined I had it. And they said, you ate a lot of bad stuff, didn't you? I said, well, yeah, I just moved from the United States, and a lot of the foods down there are coated with preservatives and all sorts of artificial, sweeteners and all this other stuff. And they said, well, that's what it is. You ate all that bad food all that time. And I said, well, how was I supposed to know? Because people had already told you ahead of time that,
Yep.
but you have to figure out a way to eat organic items and things like that. I said, well, am I going to do better here? And they said, sure, as long as you've got a weight plan in place. And I did take for a time, about 6 months or so, I did take some medication for work toward it. It didn't do me much good, but I did realize when I started doing a lot more. I have a walker. I use a walker for mostly for rehabilitation, but because I was starting to lose feeling, in my feet and legs. So I use that a lot for rehab. But I realized when I started doing that and cutting back, and Suzanne got me on a dietary plan now. So, she's lost 125 pounds. I've lost 35 already myself.
Oh, wow.
On a dietary plan. Yeah. Just dietary. Organic foods, eat some more, lettuce, tomatoes,
Right.
cucumbers. Cucumbers are great. Actually, I just found this out too. From her, not from a medical professional. I found out if you eat cucumbers, they're a great way to pass the kidney stones without pain.
Hmm.
Yeah. Cucumbers. Who knew?
So, so Mikey,
Yeah.
you're as far as you were talking about a walker and all that, but how your feet are okay, right?
The feet are still fine. Yeah, as long as what I told my mother was because she was worried. She's, I'm at this age and I already have a walker. I said, look, mother,
Hmm.
all this time I had terrible workout methods as I was getting older. I didn't do a lot of work, working out or walking or anything. When my dad had his heart attack at age 60, he
Ooh.
immediately just went into a form of exercise program, just so he wouldn't be, incapacitated and couldn't walk himself. So when I found out I had the diabetes, I thought, okay, so I just need to do a lot more walking. So, I walk around the building, things like that. Yeah, if I told my mother, I said, look, if I had to take away my walker and I could walk a number of steps without it, I could, and I can. But there's a certain point where I need it back because then I weaken. So I'm trying to strengthen, uh, you know,
Yeah,
my legs and stuff. Now
yeah.
my wife has found out that she has no more cartilage, and she's around the same age I am. She has no more cartilage in both her knees,
Mm-hmm.
so she's probably going to have to get them replaced.
Bone to bone.
Yeah.
Bone on bone. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
you don't want Jim Garner knees. That's what he had.
Oh God, no.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing Rockford Files, and of course he kind of, if you watch that series, he kind of when he runs it doesn't he doesn't look right. Well,
No, he's buckling. He's buckling, right?
he's kind of in pain.
Yeah.
And of course, as that series went on, it just got worse. But
Yep.
Yeah, he's he's in his 40s, early 50s making that show.
Yeah.
And his doctor told him, you go, oh yeah, your knees are fine for an 80-year-old man.
Mm.
But
Poor
yeah,
Gardner.
it's important that your feet are okay, because my old supervisor, when I was working
Yep.
at the hospital, he had diabetes, and he had uh, on one of his legs, he had everything below the knee chopped off because of his foot was just all mangled,
Wow.
because he
Right.
lost feeling. And he was shocked when he saw the X-ray. He just couldn't understand how he could get around with a foot that mangled looking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
when I soak, we take baths, and when we soak with Epsom salt,
uh-huh.
and everything. You see those veins, right? You see your blue veins in your feet a lot more prominent as you get older,
Yeah.
and that's where the pain, a lot of that comes from. I mean, I'll show you something. This right here, this is an evidence right here. This pinky finger is
Yeah.
immobilized. It bends, but it's like, it's the worst. It's the worst of all of my limbs right now. So
Now wait a
that
minute.
that
Your
right there.
pinky finger's kind of immobilized. Then that
Yeah,
means
I
you're
mean,
you're
it bends a little,
no,
but it's
that means you're an invader. Remember that show, The Invaders?
the invaders. Yeah,
Yeah, that's one way you could tell the invader. Their pinkies were this, they were at a weird angle and stiff,
right.
no movement.
Got
Yeah.
to see mine. See how that's bent.
You're an invader too. No.
Ah, hey, Stone Racket, I got a trivia question for you.
Okay.
So, who was the actor that appeared not only in the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but in the remake with Leonard Nimoy and Donald Sutherland?
Kevin McCarthy.
Good job.
Yeah, I got that.
He's smart.
Kino Lorber has both versions of Invasion of the Body Snatchers available on 4K UHD,
Mm.
but the original,
Yeah.
that looks pretty rough in 4K, because they didn't have the original negative on that one.
No, they didn't. And that
Yeah,
was from 1956. That one.
Aliens.
yeah,
Yeah.
56 aliens. Oh no.
Aliens.
Aliens. Yeah. Rest in peace, Bill Paxton. I got to meet him once. Yeah.
Yeah, he got misdiagnosed. I think he had some bad medical advice. I think that's how one person put it, because I think it was something to do with heart issues, kind of a
Yeah.
hereditary thing,
Yes.
and if he had done some things a little differently, uh, that's what I've heard, that he got misdiagnosed or given bad medical advice.
That ain't
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I miss that dude. He was really quite awesome, especially in
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah. Yeah, my experience with him was on the set of Near Dark. A buddy of mine, Larry, knows some people in Hollywood, and we went there. This was Catherine Bigelow's, I guess, one of her first films, because later she did The Hurt Locker, which, is a great film with Jeremy Renner. But this one, we went down to Casa Grande, which is a small uh, a small town which is just outside of Phoenix. It's like about I want to say southwest of Phoenix. And we went down there to see the scene that they were shooting. And in the Near Dark movie, it's the scene where Bill Paxton's on top of a diesel type, kerosene, gasoline vehicle truck, and all of a sudden the thing explodes. And of course, he's up there climbing on it and everything. But then at the end, they take him off, and they have a stuntman that does the final jump before the whole thing, blows up.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to see that done all in one take. And afterwards, Bill Paxton, he likes doing some of his own stunts, so he did a lot of stuff up there. So he comes over to me and Larry and he says, "Hey, how'd that go?" I said, "Oh, that's freaking awesome." That's all I could say to him because
Yeah.
I recognized him from Terminator when he says, he's you know he's 6 cans short of six pack or
Oh,
something like
geez.
that.
Yeah.
When he saw Schwarzenegger naked.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man. Oh yeah.
I can't figure that. I can't figure that. Oh my god.
Is that when a Vulcan goes totally mental?
could be,
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
could be.
Yeah, his
Or
logic goes totally insane and just decides to go or is it just an overdose of Ponfar?
Got a Vulcan going crazy over here because I ain't looking at the camera. All right, let's start your video.
there you go. Insane
There
one
you
right
go.
there.
Hey, good night, Matt Arnold.
Hi,
I just
Matt.
noticed
Take
Matt
care.
left. Yep.
Where'd Matt go?
He had to go. He said
Good
good night,
night.
everyone.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Matt, for popping up.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Oh, and by the way, Daniel's Hot Topics posted something interesting
Yeah, I've
about
seen that.
007. Oh, okay. Stone
No,
Racket, at one
you should.
time I owned all of the movies. The only one I lost track of though was Never Say Never Again. And even though a lot of people say that's supposed to be a non-canon Bond film, I beg to differ because
Yeah.
when I went to this one convention in Phoenix, I was there for like 6.5 hours. I took a quiz, right? Everybody takes the quiz to see if they qualify. Of course, I got 100% right because I knew everything. I've been watching the
Oh
movies
no.
forever, as they came out. My very first Bond film I saw with my parents was Goldfinger.
Cool.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is it all right if I talk about Bond for a while?
Yeah, sure.
or
yeah,
did
sure.
you were you done talking about Bond, Mikey, or did you want to?
Well, yeah, no, I just wanted to finish one part I was going to say.
Yeah, go right ahead.
With James, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so with James Bond, uh, this was at least 10 or so years ago when I went to this convention. But a lot of people agreed in the hallway of the hall there, the big convention hall and everything. They said that we should make Never Say Never Again officially a Bond film. It should be in the Bond canon. And it
Yeah.
took a number of years, but finally, the present day owners of it, Barbara Broccoli, Cubby's
Right.
daughter, and Michael G. Wilson, they're both a couple. They both agreed. They said that the fans are right. This should be considered officially as part of the Bond franchise. So there is
Mm.
officially 27 films, if I'm not mistaken. But it is included. So
Yeah.
that right now is the only one I'm having trouble finding, but
Yeah.
I
I
have
got
all the
that.
other ones. Yeah.
I got that. I was at Best Buy. This is many years ago. I was at Best Buy, and they
Yeah.
had Never Say Never Again. It was a Blu-ray DVD combo, and it was only $7.99.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
That's a
And
deal.
so I have that. And now you said Michael G. Wilson and Barbara Broccoli are a couple. No, they're brother and sister.
Oh.
Michael G. Wilson is a I think he was adopted by Broccoli.
Oh, he
Uh,
was, yeah, officially. Okay.
I think he's just adopted, or he's a half brother to Barbara.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a half brother, I believe.
He's a half brother. Yeah. That would
Yeah,
be weird if they were into a
but
incestual
no,
relationship.
they are the inheritors of the. They own 50% of the Bond franchise, and
Right.
at the time, it was United Artists, and then MGM bought out United Artists,
Right.
and
And then
and now
Sony
and now
and then
now
Sony
Sony.
bought them out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Sony has half And
Well,
the
now
bro
Sony,
and
didn't they? Yeah, I'm sorry, Stone. Didn't the Sony resell their rights back on that 50%? Now I think it's back to MGM because this last movie was pure MGM. It was No Time to Die. So
yeah, that's a
that's
good
the first
question.
time I didn't see. Yeah,
I haven't kept up with the Daniel Craig movies because I don't accept him as Bond. But
I
yeah,
do, but
if it says
I
MGM, it says
yeah,
MGM.
right.
That's interesting because I don't know. Maybe we better double check the fine print. It might still say Sony somewhere there, um,
Well, as far
but
as I
my
know,
uh-huh.
yeah. I'm sorry. No, as
But
far as I know, no, I like Danielle Craig for two reasons. One, I thought it brought a new perspective. Secondly, she is family related to my wife. My wife's maiden name is Craig, so he's related to her. I
yeah,
can't I can't I cannot diss Daniel Craig
yeah,
for obvious reasons.
I diss him any chance I can get. Uh, not that I have anything personal against him, or
Oh no, no, I know,
I
I
think
know.
he's a bad actor. I just think he's a bad choice for Bond because he looks like a thug.
Okay.
And
Well,
Bond is supposed to be movie star handsome, tall, dark, and handsome. And Craig is none of those things. And but anyway, enough of
go ahead.
about Craig.
Go
My
ahead.
first my first Bond movies.
Lemon.
And oh, hi, Lemon.
Yeah, hi Lemonade.
Hey, who's he calling fruit cakes?
He does that now. He's called Gorilla Fruitcakes,
Oh
Resolute
my
Churn,
goodness.
PvP. He's he's got a
Yeah,
thing for us now. I think
I
it's an affectionary name.
yeah. I this is back in August of 1970.
Ooh.
I was just a few months shy of my 11th birthday, but technically I was 10 years old when I saw my first Bond movies, and that was a double feature, Thunderball and You Only Live Twice, and it only cost me 50 cents to see both of those movies.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it was a Saturday afternoon. I went with my younger brother and my older brother, and three of us experienced our Bond movies, and I was kind of hooked after that.
Yeah.
And fortunately, United Artists re-released all the previous Bonds. So by the time Roger Moore took over the role, and Live and Let Die was released in July of '73, by that time I had seen every single Bond movie on the big silver screen, and I had read all the Bond books by that time as well.
Yeah. Now, do you remember Stone back in 1983 when they had both in the summer of that year they had Never Say Never Again, and then later in the fall they had Octopussy with Roger Moore.
Oh, you got
That
that
was two.
reversed. You got that reversed.
What?
In the summer it was
Oh,
Octopussy. In the fall, in
and
October,
then the fall it was Never
was
Say
Never
Never.
Say Never Again. Because
Okay.
the reason I remember that it was October is, of course, that's my birth month, and
Oh, well, there you go.
also Sean Connery's first Bond movie was released in October. It was released October 5th, 1962.
1962, right? Dr. No, yeah.
And then Never Say Never Again had its LA premiere on, if I remember right, it had its LA premiere on October 5th of '83.
Yeah. And that was the title theme sung by Lulu.
Yeah.
Lulu?
The thing is
Lulu.
with
Yes.
with Never Say Never Again, it what?
Lemon.
Damn it, man.
You know your Octopussy?
I know my Bond movies. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we both do. Yeah, we
But
both do.
the thing that irritates me.
Damn it, Lemon.
The thing that irritates me, speaking of Lemon's current comment, is they assume that Ian Fleming named all the Bond heroines dirty or suggestive names, and it's like, No, only one fits that, and that's Pussy Galore.
Yeah, Pussy Galore.
And all the others are the filmmaker's fault. And
though I admit that a Moonraker having Carrie Lowell as Holly Goodhead is not a bad name for
that's terrible.
scientist.
That's absolutely terrible because the actual woman's name in the novel is Gala Brand.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And it's like, but anyway, I'm glad that I have the entire Ian Fleming collection of Bond novels in their original form
That's awesome.
Without having the sensitivity readers censor the damn things like they're doing now.
Oh, of course.
So I'm glad I have that whole. It's the Penguin editions that came out in 2006, and then in 2008 they released all of them in a box set. And that's what I have. Is that box set? Now the thing is, I hate to say this, but I had the original Signet books with their original covers, not the original publication, but the reprints. But they all had the original covers, and I had all those. And then Bantam Books at the time of Diamonds Are Forever started. The Sean Connery movie Diamonds Are Forever. At that time, Bantam Books was releasing the Ian Fleming novels, and of course their first novel was the Diamonds Are Forever, but it had the movie poster on the cover. But the actual book was Ian Fleming's original novel, and that's the first Bond novel I read, which I don't recommend. That's one of the weaker novels.
Yeah,
but they quickly followed with Casino Royale, From Russia with Love, Dr. No, Goldfinger, Moonraker, and then when Live and Let Die came out, of course that was a movie tie-in cover, but again it was the original novel. And then I think they stopped releasing the books because I didn't find any other Bantam editions after Live and Let Die. They released Live and Let Die.
Well, they did in what I thought was nice was in No Time to Die is they actually did go back to the area where Goldeneye, the whole house itself that Fleming used to write most of his novels, was in Jamaica. So he had gone back to his roots. Bond did in No Time to Die, went back to Jamaica. So
what I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is he was back there to hide away because at the beginning of the movie, he thinks that Madeline's, Dr. Swan, played by Leah Seydoux, he thinks that she betrayed him to Spectre, and Spectre tried, even for prison, Blofeld tried to, blow up.
What I meant
at the beginning of it,
I don't need a plot summary. I just was saying.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, why would a fictional character, created at Ian Fleming's actual estate, why would that figure in a fictional film as something related to Bond's history when GoldenEye has nothing to do with Bond as a character? It has something to do. It's extra diegetic, if you want to get technical. It relates to Fleming writing the Bond novels, but has nothing to do with the character's actual history, which is bizarro in my book. It's like, wait a minute, this is just an Easter egg for the people in the know, but it doesn't make any sense. So that's why I was. What? What was that, Jim?
As Mikey would say, how about now?
How about now?
How about now? Oh, it makes perfect sense now, Mikey. No.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. No, it was a bit of a homage.
A homage, okay.
A homage, yeah.
It doesn't make too much sense, but if he went back to Jamaica, just Jamaica,
Right.
And some of the locations in Dr. No, that I can
Right.
understand, but going to actual GoldenEye.
Right.
Now,
No,
now
well,
the thing
it
is,
was actual.
we
it was actual locations in
we,
Jamaica that they went
yeah,
back and revisited
that's
because
cool.
the franchise at that point was 60 years old. So
You got
yeah,
it.
it made sense to
Goes
me.
back to Dr. No.
Yeah.
Now now all four of us,
Yeah.
we could stay at GoldenEye, but for a price.
Yes.
It's probably, I don't know what they charge, but the thing is, you can stay there, but at what cost? Something astronomical, of course, but but you can actually stay there. You can, but it's really primitive, you know.
Yeah.
If you don't mind bugs flying through the windows with no screens, you're good.
Yeah.
Hey
Definitely.
Daniel, can you read all that?
Yeah, okay. So this is how I rank the Connery movies. This is what I think I like. This is how I like them. See, number one is Dr. No. I love Dr. No. I like the locations. I love the characters. I just love Dr. No. Number two is Diamonds Are Forever. I love it. I love Diamonds Are Forever because it's set in Hollywood and stuff. It's just so beautiful.
It's set in Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas. Sorry, Vegas.
Yeah.
And number three is You Only Live Twice. I love Japan. I just love it. It's just so cool. And number four is Thunderball. I love Thunderball. I love how it takes place in the Bahamas. I just love that area. It's just so beautiful. We just watched Thunderball, me and yesterday, what's his name? Outlaw Bill, sorry. Outlaw Bill
and deleted scenes. Yeah, they redid it. Yeah.
It was
they
a good
did
movie.
A watch party, right?
I'm still having a hard time okay. Yeah, who was the big guy in Thunderball? Right? I don't know who the big guy in Thunderball was.
Well,
in Goldfinger it was Oddjob.
Yes.
Right? And in Russia with Love it was
Red Grant.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who it was in Thunderball. It could have been that guy with the glasses that got the points on the beach. I don't know.
That's Vargas.
Vargas. Yeah.
Vargas does not drink. Vargas does not smoke. Vargas does not make love. What do you do, Vargas? And I had a funny line on one of the Bond forums, the Commander JamesBond.net forum. I said, Vargas, what do you do, Vargas? And I had him say, I have cats.
He doesn't seem like Vargas doesn't seem that tough. He was killed very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Luciana Paluzzi,
she was probably she's probably the big bad in that movie.
She's the baddie. Yeah, she is.
Fonia Volpe.
Fiona Volpe.
Fiona Volpe.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with names. Sorry.
That's okay. I remember.
Remember, I'm a 10-year-old, and Thunderball's the first movie I'm seeing in the Bond series, and it's like, hey, what's Bond doing with that woman? And she's not slapping him, and then You Only Have Twice, he's unzipping the bad Bond girl's dress, and I'm like,
ooh,
this is very interesting.
It would be.
Wait, who was the one in Dr. No? Was it Professor Dent?
Dr.
Professor Dent. Oh, you're talking about like a henchman?
Like a big henchman.
Yeah, you could say.
Was it a Three Blind Mice or was it Dr. No?
No.
Was it like
Professor Dent was technically the big henchman, right? But then, of course, when Bond said, "And you've had your six," and he shoots him 3 times in the back.
In order to be the big,
in
order to be the big henchman, the top number one henchman, they have to be physically imposing, and they have to be somewhat of a threat, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's what it became.
Eventually.
Of course, Red Grant is tops, but like I wrote in my review on my website, the thing with, speaking of Red Grant and From Russia with Love, his threat to Bond, it's Bond's never been in such a predicament like that. I mean, that's really threatening, and we don't see anything close to that. Where Red Grant says the first one won't kill you, not even the second, nor the third, not till you crawl over here and kiss my foot. The thing is, though, the thing is, you kiss my foot is what he says.
No, I thought he said boot.
No, believe me, I've got it. I've got the quote.
Kiss my foot. Okay, all
not
right.
till you crawl over here and kiss my foot. So, but anyway, that is an empty threat because he already explained that it's going to be Bond setting up Bond as killing Tanya and then committing suicide. He has to use one bullet, or else there's just going to be a double homicide investigation.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's a deadly threat, but it's empty when you think about it. It's like, no, he has to use one bullet because it's a murder suicide scenario.
Right.
And but Robert Shaw is excellent. He's very sinister, and he doesn't speak until he gets on the train, and it's a wonderful performance.
Well, it was his performance in that encouraged Spielberg to use him in Jaws.
No doubt, because Spielberg was a Bond fan.
Oh, big, huge.
And I'm so glad he says, well, who can we have, be the father of Indiana Jones and, be with Harrison Ford? Well, we do have to get Sean Connery, the original Bond. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah. That is my favorite of all the Indiana Jones films.
The thing is that, I was thinking, well, gosh, Connery's going to blow Harrison Ford off the screen. No, they worked. It worked. Both of them together. It was wonderful.
And then when you throw in John Rhys Davies, I mean, that's Sala. Oh my God.
He's just kind of a
Denham Elliott is Marcus. I mean, like, holy shit. You got like all 4 all-stars right there.
Yeah, but what happened to Daniel?
Oh, I don't know.
He hit the wrong button or something. He'll be back.
Okay.
Lemon says, "Hi there, Mrs. Mumby."
Hello, Mrs. Mumby.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we will have prayers and love support up there for Vic, Miss Mumby.
Yeah.
For sure, for
Got
sure.
that right.
Yeah.
Prayers.
Please subscribe to Commodore Productions.
Got that right.
I saw 3 starships, a green one, a red one, and a blue one.
Yeah. You don't want to frack with the red one, man.
Congrats on 8,000 subs at
Thank you
Jim's
very much.
Landscape
Appreciate it.
LLC, #1 Commodore Productions, says Sci-Fi Mumby.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations again, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. I do pretty good at making my own stuff. Mark, a friend I know, he made the ships almost 2 years ago. He says, well, the ships ain't done yet because he's got to do lights and hulls and that. Well, the lights are on, so unless he's going to do upgrades, there might be a couple refits coming up this coming winter.
Hey, I thought you'd put in another ship. That way you could say you have 4 lights.
There you go. 4 lights. There are 4 lights.
He's going to rebuild the USS Ajax, and what I asked him to do is when he got all 3 ships coming down, have the Ajax kind of get in there.
Like trail behind or lead it.
Trail behind, because you got 2 ships in the front, one in the back. Just scoot that over, and you got all 4 ships going.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That makes sense.
One thing I wanted to, if we could get back to Bond just for a little while.
Go for it.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, Daniel had his rankings. I'll give you my top 5.
Right.
Number 1, Goldfinger.
Yeah.
Number 2, From Russia with Love. Number 3, On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yes.
Number 4, Never Say Never Again. Number 5, Dr. No.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
And my top 10 list has Thunderball and You Only Live Twice, Living Daylights, and The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah. These now these are my top 5. Number 1 would be Goldfinger. Number 2 would be Never Say Never Again.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Because I really appreciate
I got flack.
I really have.
Yeah, I got flack for putting Never Say Never Again in the number 4 spot on a forum dedicated, a discussion forum thread dedicated to Bond, and I had a little thing on the bottom of one of my posts where I had all the Bond actors and then a Daniel Craig crossed out, and that's got me kicked off the entire forum.
Wow.
Because I didn't like Daniel Craig. They had gatekeepers there and that's two different Bond forums. I got kicked out because I wasn't singing praises about Daniel Craig. But I wasn't going out of my way of trolling anybody or whining about him. I just said, "Oh, I have nothing against him. I just don't accept him as Bond. That's all." And that's all I said.
Yeah. Well, my other 3, like I said,
go ahead.
Goldfinger. No, that's fine. No, yeah, like I said, so number 1's Goldfinger. Number 2 is Never Say Never Again. Number 3 for me is License to Kill. I really love License to Kill. Yeah.
No, that's not Bond. That's Steven Seagal stuff.
Oh well, it's still action to me. It still means something.
Read my review on my website.
Okay. Number 4 for me would be A View to a Kill, because it has my home city. I'm from the Bay Area. I love how they did San Francisco. And did you know that Maud Adams actually was uncredited? She's the extra that comes off the cable car when Roger Moore gets off, when he goes over to meet
I spotted
CIA.
her.
Yeah.
I spotted her.
She unofficially, from that point, was in 3 Bond films.
3 Bond films.
Because she did Man with the Golden Gun. Then she did
that's the first one.
Octopussy, and then
Octopussy.
Yeah, and then
as Louis Jourdan says.
Yeah, and then number 5 is Casino Royale. I have to say the first Craig Bond is great. I love that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why real quickly. His villain playing Le Chiffre is Mads Mikkelsen, and Mads Mikkelsen has always been a great villain character actor. He always has been. I mean, he was a great Galen Erso in Rogue One. He was a great villain in the original Doctor Strange. And, I mean,
hey, take a look at that, Mikey. Lemon Pie agrees with me about Craig. Yay.
Yeah.
Lemon Pie, great minds think alike.
Oh, Lemon. That's okay. He's Sir Lemonade, that cool, refreshing drink.
Dr. No-No.
Dr. No-No was the original title.
Yeah, Dr. No-No.
And Mikey,
yes.
Who was Ian Fleming's choice to play Dr. No?
You mean before Joseph Wiseman?
Yeah.
Ian Fleming. There was a couple. One was Nigel. One was Nigel Howard.
Nope.
There was
Nope.
Nigel.
Nope.
What about Laurence Olivier?
Nope. You got the last name right. The first name wrong. It's Noel Coward.
Noel Coward. Okay.
And the second one was Ian Fleming's cousin. Yep, Christopher Lee.
Yeah. Christopher Lee. Yeah.
And
I knew about
Joseph
Noel Coward though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Noel Coward. You said Nigel, but you got it right. Yeah, I mean, you knew
Oh
who you're.
yeah. I
Yeah,
was
I knew who
trying to
you're talking
say.
about.
Yeah.
That's okay. I knew who you're referring to.
Well,
But
I know.
Joseph Wiseman. Now,
Yeah.
the thing is, in the novel, Dr. No is half German and half
Yes.
Chinese. And Joseph Wiseman looks exactly like that. So
Yeah.
I mean, the only problem is the description of Dr. No in the novel. He's much taller. So Christopher Lee would have the height, but Wiseman was just fine. The only thing is he should have been in the movie a lot more. I think there should have been some more scenes with him doing his villainy, but and the reason Dr. No isn't high up on my list is because it's a dumbed down version of the novel.
Yeah.
The ventilation ducts he goes through, that's a death maze.
Yes.
In the novel, it's an intentional maze that Bond he has all these obstacles to go through
to navigate through.
and
right.
and he's like Dr. No tells him, he says, you're going to be the first point on a graph. So he's going to send men after men through this, just for his kicks and to see, who can survive. And of course, he underestimates Bond, of course. But at the end of that obstacle course, what was waiting for Bond in the novel, Mikey? A giant squid.
Squid, yeah, from the ocean, right?
A big octopus.
Now I agree with Lemon
not
Pie.
the squid.
I totally agree. Again, that's what I was getting at. But Lemon Pie says it quite concisely here. Just on a aesthetic level, Craig doesn't work as Bond, and I agree.
Hey,
and he's completely charmless.
Right.
I have seen just real quick. I have seen the first two Craig films, but I saw them on cable.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Well, no, I was going to ask you. So we know that James Bond's name came from Birds of the West Indies.
Yeah.
Now, which Bond film has Bond actually reading the book down in Cuba when he's talking to that one guy in the office there?
Well, that would be GoldenEye.
No.
Okay.
He was,
that's
it
the
was
only.
It was in Die Another Day.
I'm sorry.
Brosnan,
Die Another Day.
The book. He's reading the actual novel.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I knew it was a Brosnan movie, but I was thinking wasn't he in Cuba in GoldenEye?
He was in no. He actually what they used was the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico for where the lair was for 006.
Yeah, I know that part,
and
but the part where he was oh gosh. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, but yeah, I knew it was a Brosnan film. I just got the wrong one.
no, he was in Russia originally. Remember, he was
right,
in
right.
St.
I know, but when he
Petersburg.
gets to the tropics,
Yes, when he gets to the tropics,
he's supposed to be he's supposed to be
in Cuba. Yeah.
Oh, okay, in GoldenEye.
In GoldenEye, yes.
Okay, so so I was right. He was in Cuba. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he was in Cuba, but he was reading the book from the desk of the guy that he was talking to in Cuba.
Now, you said Bond was actually reading the book in the Die Another Day movie.
Okay. In Die Another Day, Birds of the West Indies.
Yeah, I do. I have only seen that movie once. Yeah. That was more than enough. In the theater.
I did that because when Die Another Day came out in 2002, there you go. That was the 40th anniversary of James Bond. So
right,
that was done on purpose. Yeah. So
yeah, I don't. That's not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I do like GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies. I have both of those on Blu-ray, but I don't have the only Roger Moore movies I have are Spy Who Loved Me and For Your Eyes Only, and the only Timothy Dalton film I have on Blu-ray is Living Daylights,
which is good. Which is the song that's done by Aha.
Aha, from
Yeah,
Norway.
that's what they take on me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Jim says,
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, oh, there we go.
Are we
so
are we live still? Oh my goodness!
yeah, we're still live. Hey, Stone, I do want to
Yeah.
tell you something I do want to add in one special thing I got to see at the Bond convention.
Cool.
There were two of the cars that were there. There was a
Yay.
few, yes, but the original DB5 was there from Goldfinger, and from the opening of Thunderball, where he escapes the chateau, after killing
Right.
the other JB guy, Jacques
Yep.
Bouvier.
Jacques Bouvier.
And right, Jacques Bouvier. And I saw that car, and then I saw the Jaguar from Die Another Day, the one that was on the ice that Zhao drove with the big, huge machine gun on the top there, the automatic machine gun. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That's a great Jaguar, by the way. Wonderful
Awesome,
car.
dude.
All green, everything. It was just beautiful. Yeah. So I got to
Yeah,
see
I'd
that.
like
And then the
yeah.
third car I saw was the one from what was it? Okay, it was the one from uh Live and Let Die, uh, where he's like, he's going through. It was one of those old cars. Oh no, I'm sorry. I take that back. It was the original car from Doctor No. It was that big, huge,
Oh.
the one, yeah, that they drove originally. The guy was going to take him to the common house or the house there,
Yeah.
and yeah,
Yeah.
that car was there at the display. Was at the convention. So that original car
Interesting.
from Doctor No.
I want a Bond museum where every stinking car is in the museum.
And there is. It's
I
in
want to
Las
see
Vegas.
the Toyota from the convertible from You Only Live Twice. I want to see the Mustang
No.
Mach 1 from Diamonds Are Forever. I want to see every stinking version of the Aston Martin that they've had in the films.
Yeah, don't you mean the Volkswagen, that yellow one For Your Eyes Only?
No.
I'd love to see that. I
No,
like
that's
that
okay. That
Volkswagen.
little thing. Well, I'm trying to think. Is it? It's Melina Havelock's car. Was that yellow or was that?
No, oh yeah, Havelock's daughter. Yeah,
Yeah,
Melina. Yeah,
Melina. Yeah,
yeah. It
it
was
was
it was
green,
a
wasn't it?
hatchback. Yeah, well, it was yellow, but it was a hatchback form of Volkswagen. You
Okay.
know, it could traverse what the guys that the production designers that do Ken Adam and those people Chris Cornwell, what they did is they retrofitted the car so it could go over those the mountain thing and jump the thing and do all that. They retrofitted that Volkswagen, made it like a hatchback novel. Because I know this because I used to drive a Volkswagen myself, which was more of like the ones you see. It was similar to the ones you see later in commercials where it's like the Yugo, and it's like like a hovering UFO or something like that. But I drove a white form of a Volkswagen like that, similar to that model. So of the one
Well,
that's in the For Your Eyes Only movie.
it's
So yeah.
it's a funny car because you're like, well, Bond, his car gets blown up, so that he's stuck with the girl's car, and it's just this wimpy thing. But it rolls and does things, and then it ends up in a tree, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, well, one of the villains' cars ends up in a tree.
Yeah, a tree.
I remember at last minute, but the
But
Volkswagen avoids that.
oh,
It goes down the
okay,
mountain road, and and it disturbs all the apples and everything, the apple trees and the orchard. Yeah,
right.
it's hilarious. Oh, and I got to tell you, when his car blows up and he gets ready, that sound that goes rah 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 rah. Oh my god, that is the best voice. That is the best sound effect you could ever get from that film, because it just goes da 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 da. You see it, you're like, oh shit, that's a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Oh man, and of course he's thinking that Melina can't drive it, but obviously she does know how to drive it. But then the thing is, when they get and they turn over accidentally, remember when they're in the town?
Right.
So he gets it back. He says, "I'll drive," and he comes over and goes, with the stick shift or whatever. yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
And then
Here's the thing, though. But here's the thing, though. I'll tell you one bit of trivia for that. Roger Moore never learned how to do stick shift. I never did either. So I was like, wow. So Bond doesn't know how to drive stick shift.
Oh no. Yeah,
I know.
speaking of a stick shift, what does he say to Anya and The Spy Who Loved Me concerning the stick shift?
Oh,
in that truck.
Yeah, in the truck, right?
We'll call it the Jaws repairman truck.
The Jaws repairman truck, right?
And she's trying to drive and
how, right?
And she's grinding the gears, and he goes, "Do you know any other tunes?"
Do you know any other tunes? Yeah.
That's a cliche, but it's funny coming out of Bond or Roger Moore's mouth in an English accent.
It's kind of when you think about it, the movie came out in 1977, the same year as Star Wars,
right?
Which is kind of ironic.
The two biggest summer movies were those two movies.
Those two, and that was it, right?
Yeah, it's like awesome.
But I still love the line where he's in bed with her in the little, submarine thing that popped up from the
little escape pod.
The little escape pod.
Yeah.
And he says, "Keeping the British end up, sir."
Yeah, it's like.
And then of course the Moonraker, where Q says, "I think he's attempting re-entry, sir."
Yeah. But isn't it interesting? I had just a week ago, I had my two youngest nephews, 13 and 22.
Okay.
And the 13-year-old a couple years ago got the Playmobil Aston Martin DB5.
Nice.
And I said, when you get a little older, I'll have to show you Goldfinger. Yeah. And I finally did last Friday. The two movies I showed my nephews, I said tonight's movie double feature is sponsored by the letter G. And the first movie I showed them was the original Ghostbusters.
Right.
And then I followed that with Goldfinger.
Nice.
And yeah, they had a really good time watching those movies. They'd never seen them before, and so now Caden, my youngest nephew, he knows all about the origin of the DB5 now.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I had the Corgi little die-cast version of that. I got that in 1970 for my birthday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I got a lot of the Corgi cars. I still and I have the Moonraker shuttle. I have the helicopter that Caroline Munro is flying and Spy Who Loved Me.
Right.
I have the moon buggy from Diamonds Are Forever.
Nice.
I have I got several versions of the Mustang Mach 1.
Oh wow.
I really like the Mach 1. I have a
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see, what else do I have? Oh, I have on the 1/18th scale, I have the DB5. I have a couple versions of the DB5, and I have the more modern Aston Martins from the Brosnan movies.
Yeah. One of the museums, one of the car museums you were mentioning, where you could find some of those Bond vehicles. One of the last museums I went to see had the car that was in Die Another Day, the Vanish. Had that
Okay,
one.
yeah, the Vanish, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's a cool Aston Martin.
It's very cool. Yeah. Now, there was also a DB6, right? There was an original DB5, which they brought back with Craig and Skyfall.
Well, they first brought back with Brosnan and Goldeneye.
Right. And
then
they
of course
brought,
with Craig.
yeah, then it parts with Craig in Skyfall. Oh, I love that part where they're driving down. You have to admit this, really. They're driving down there, and of course, Dame Judi Dench's playing and says, "Oh, go ahead and eject me."
Oh dear.
And the ejection button. I was like, oh yeah, because I remember what he did to that one henchman, and you
Right.
hear that's one of the first form of a like an Asian Wilhelm scream going, ah,
Whoa.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, sure, the villains would let Bond drive his own car after witnessing all these weird gadgets while they're tearing down that road chasing him. It's like, sure.
Exactly.
But yeah, once you realize that even though the guy's pointing a gun at him, it's like, well, this is the guy that's going to get the ejector seat. But
Yeah, he's gonna get it
the
first.
little old lady at the gate,
Yes.
and she comes out and then curtsies to Bond when she sees him,
Right.
and she's just like, oh, the sweet little old lady runs the little gate,
Yeah.
and then later she's wielding a machine gun.
Yes.
Alfred Hitchcock contacted Guy Hamilton and told him how much he appreciated that gag. So,
Yes.
Two British directors. Yeah,
Right.
Hitchcock knew Hamilton from his England days.
So what was let me ask you a question, Stone. What was the relationship? Was there ever an established relationship between the little old lady and Auric Goldfinger himself?
No.
Okay.
Remember, Auric Goldfinger, he preferred the young'uns, like
Yeah, he did.
Jill Masterson.
Yes.
Why do you do it? He pays me.
Yeah.
And then
And to be seen, right?
And to be seen with anything else, and being seen with him. Just seen.
Just seen. Just seen.
And then he goes, I'm so glad.
Of course.
Now, one thing that annoys me is how many of the Bond girls are dubbed over by another actress's voice, and that includes Jill Masterson, Shirley Eaton. That's not her original voice, and it's like, well, why not?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it? She's she's British, it's no.
Hang on to that thought for a minute.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Daniel's back.
Daniel's back.
Hey,
Welcome
we have
aboard.
a gorilla raid. We have a gorilla raid from Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Hey, Gorilla.
There you
Welcome
go.
back, my friend. And Fleet Admiral Levi just subbed. Oh, cool.
Yeah, Daniel, we're still yapping about Bond.
That's great.
Yeah, we're still yapping about Bond. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's been more popular.
Gorilla raid.
Gorilla raid.
I gave my top 5. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I gave my top 5 too. Also, Daniel.
Okay, well, let's quickly repeat our top 5 for Daniel. Mine is number 1's Goldfinger, followed by From Russia with Love, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and now I'm drawing a blank. Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Never Say Never Again, and Dr. No.
Yeah,
And
mine, Daniel, were Goldfinger, Never Say Never Again, License to Kill, A View to a Kill, and Casino Royale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Daniel, what Mikey means by Casino Royale, he means the 1967 Casino Royale, right, Mikey?
No. But it's that's a great, that featured 3 Bonds.
Right.
Do you remember who they were?
Yeah, it had Sir James Bond played by David Niven, and then the fictional or the fake James Bond played by
Peter Sellers.
Peter Sellers. I kept saying Peter O'Toole in my head,
and
then the third is Jimmy Bond, played by Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, yeah. And you know why they did that Jimmy Bond homage was because in 1954, when you had the Climax series,
right,
that was Barry Nelson who played Jimmy Bond.
That's right.
Yeah.
The card sense Jimmy Bond, an American agent. What?
What? Yeah.
And
I
Le Chef,
guess who they
Le
brought
Chef,
back in. Yeah,
Le,
you
Le
guess who they
Chi-
brought back
excuse
in
me,
that was Ursula Andress.
right? Ursula Undress, as they said in Mad
Andress.
Magazine.
Yeah, exactly. Woo-hoo.
It's getting hot in here.
It's getting hot. Yeah,
Well, she was Honey Rider.
yeah, Le Chiffre was played by Peter Lorre.
Yeah, in that 1954 thing. Yes.
Yeah, I have that on my. I have the Casino Royale DVD. Has that production, the Climax Theater production on it, but the Blu-ray doesn't, which is really weird. But I do have the Blu-ray. I got that just a year ago because I go, well, it's got Joanna Pettit in it, and I really like Joanna Pettit, and it has Ursula Andress, and I really like Ursula Andress.
Yes.
And I don't like the movie that much because I just think it's just stupid. But it's so 60s. I just had to get a copy on Blu-ray, and seller on eBay had it still sealed at a fairly reasonable price.
That's great.
And so I snagged it a year ago. And so I have all the Bond movies I want on Blu-ray at the moment.
Yeah. And it's the music Henry Mancini.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Hey, Gorilla!
Damn it, Jake, I'm missing my two fingers I used the most.
Huh?
I said, you're missing my two fingers I missed the most. You left them in the transporter buffer.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need to go to Mikey to the complaint department.
Yeah. Lines are waiting.
Yeah.
I had a question for Daniel.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Daniel, what's your candid opinion of On Her Majesty's Secret Service?
I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was really fun. But the Bond, what's his name? I forgot.
George Lazenby.
Yeah. I just didn't care for him.
Yeah, that's the big stumbling block of that movie. It's taken several viewings for me to kind of get used to him. But that movie.
Hey, Nemesis.
Hey, Nemesis.
Oh, Nemesis. Hi, Nemesis.
Yeah.
Hey, Nemesis. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
you
here's
do
just on my
remember.
thing here. I'm just going to be here
cool.
for a few minutes or for a little bit here because I got to knock some stuff off my to-do list, but I got to reorganize it here. So I'm only going to be out for a few minutes.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, now, George Lazenby, when he was hired as Bond for the film, both Saltzman and Broccoli said that he was, if he was open to it, he was contracted to do a second film, possibly a third. So his second film would have been Live and Let Die. Or no, I'm sorry, Diamonds Are Forever.
Diamonds Are Forever.
If he did a third, right, and then if he did a third, it would have been Live and Let Die. So
right, they were trying to get him from the get-go. Once they were committed to having him in the movie, they were trying to get him to sign a contract to do 6 films.
Right.
And he's like, no, don't, and
well,
he just got he got into there was some 60s guru guy, not anyone with long hair or anything, but there was this guy that was a bad influence on him, and he was like, what are you doing Bond for? That's so establishment and so passe. He's not going to be relevant at all. What are you doing? It's like you could make buku bucks being Bond. He could have stayed in the character
And
for a few more films and make buku bucks.
yeah, he regretted it ever since then. He fired his
know.
agent right after that happened because he saw when Connery came back for Diamonds Are Forever,
Yep.
and he was still popular, even though he was up in age
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah,
And
but
then of course we all saw him come back for Never Say Never Again in 1983. So,
right.
You're like, he still was recognized as the quintessential Bond.
Yeah.
And that's what really bummed Lazenby out.
That's what I wanted to say to Daniel about Honor and Majesty's Secret Service. That movie demands Connery's presence because
yes,
it's the movie. It's the only Bond movie that follows the book very closely. It has some embellishments, but they're good. They're good action scenes, and one thing that the movie improves on is that it involves Tracy a lot more than she is in the novel, and because she doesn't in the book, she doesn't join up with Bond and get involved in a big ski chase and all that. And the movie has her do that, and then of course the racetrack. That's not in the novel, but that's a cool scene. We get to see Diana Rigg do some cool driving in her 69 Cougar.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
But I really like that film because everything besides Lazenby is excellent.
Yes. Well, even Twiggy looks good.
Twiggy? What do you mean, Twiggy?
Yeah, she's in it. She's in it.
No, she's not.
I thought she was.
No, Twiggy's not in it. She's not one of the girls.
Lumley?
She's not one of the. Joanna Lumley is in it.
Yeah. Okay.
And Catherine Von Schell is in it.
Yes, Catherine Von Schell. That's right. Who did Space 1999 as Mira later on. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nemesis of Eden. You get on here right now so I can scold you live and in person. No.
I sent him a link over at the X.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Come on in, join us.
They could make the whole franchise just one big continuity. I know they can't. They say they can't do that because they're like, well, like they point at certain things like Roger Moore being at Tracy's grave, right?
Yeah, that's a cool homage, and also
they could say they could say that like each Bond was a different person. James Bond's a code name, and the reason why Roger Moore was at Tracy's grave was not because he was married to her, but he knew her. Like he knew. Knew her.
Yeah, you can do
married.
Yeah,
you can do married.
You can do headcanon like that, but I prefer to just pretend that it's the same dude.
Yeah.
At least in the 60s and the 70s.
Right.
But Tracy
and the same thing. The same thing,
Daniel.
With,
go ahead.
The same thing with Timothy Dalton's Bond. When Felix said he was married once, he was probably married to somebody else, not Tracy, somebody else.
Well, it is Tracy.
Tracy.
We have to pretend that it's the same dude. And the thing is, with David Hedison, he's the only Felix Leiter character to repeat the role. He's the only actor to, and because he's in Live and Let Die, and I thought that was kind of interesting that they brought him back. But I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you, Daniel, about Tracy. When was his marriage to Tracy mentioned after Honor Majesty's Secret Service? What film?
Say again.
After Honor Majesty's Secret Service, what subsequent Bond movie first mentions Bond's marriage, and Bond does not want to talk about it?
Spy Who Loved Me.
You got it.
By Barbara Bach.
Yep.
At the bar.
Anya was given his history, and he kind of cuts her off because that's very sensitive.
Anya Masova. And
Masova,
right. And in that same film, you find out the name of him. His name is Miles, and you find out the name of Gogo. His name is Alexis. So you find out their first two names.
Google.
Goo Goo
No,
Gaga.
Google.
Yes.
Google.
And
Yeah. I
Daniel.
could have been Google back then early. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That was Google. Yeah. Okay.
and Daniel, what is M's full name?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, he's not only an admiral, he's also a sir. So he's a
Stand by.
lord.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Nemesis.
There you go.
Nemesis.
God, I hate being transported. That's my show. That's so much better.
Yeah. You got all
You
your
got big things coming up too, huh, Nemesis?
Dude, straight up.
Nemesis. Nemesis.
Welcome aboard.
Did all your fingers transport?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I seem to have gained an extra toe. Not sure what's going on there.
Oh,
That's gorillas.
Hey, maybe you got my middle finger, one of my middle fingers.
That's why it's so long and skinny.
But yeah, Daniel. It's Sir Admiral Miles Messervy.
Oh wow.
Okay, that's cool.
Messervy. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh.
M is his first name and his last name.
Yeah.
Eden. Howdy.
Q's full name is Major Maxwell Boothroyd.
What was it, Boothby? No.
Yeah, it's
What
Major
a name.
Boothroyd.
Yeah.
And he's called by name
Yes.
by an enemy agent.
Uh-oh.
In what movie?
Uh-oh.
It's
Yeah, which
by
movie, Jen?
once again it's by Anya and The Spy Who Loved Me.
Right.
She calls him by Major Boothroyd.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was in the military because he's a major?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, of course, the actor that plays Boothroyd in Dr. No couldn't reprise the role, and thank God, because we got Desmond Llewellyn to continue the role from then on.
Yeah. And Q's first name is revealed towards the end of From Russia with Love when he's on the phone and he says, I'm asking for Mr. Maxwell. So he is asking for Q, and Q is trying to talk to him. And then he sees that, the lady with the shoe with the.
I don't think he's talking.
Like,
I don't think he's talking to Q. I thought he was. I think he's talking to. Yeah, that's a good question. I'll have to get back to you because I didn't think he was talking to Q. I was thinking he was talking to one of the.
Okay.
In the novel, he's talking to someone in the French Secret Service.
But who's Mr. Maxwell then? And then Q answers the phone.
Yeah. Hey,
that's
Jim.
why I say I believe it's Maxwell Boothroyd is his full name.
But we don't. Oh, go ahead, Gorilla.
I gotta get going. I gotta run to the dollar store, pick up some gallon bags. He's here before they close. So.
Okay, Gorilla.
All right, hurry.
Congratulations on the 8,000 there. And when's your?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, when's your next fan film coming out?
Yeah.
My next what? My next
fan film.
Fan film.
This coming Monday, it's a trailer called Breach 2.
Okay, sweet. So all right.
Would you?
Congratulations on 8,000. I'll see how fast I can get back.
Would you like to be beamed out?
Sure.
Hi, you're being transported. Stand by.
Maybe he might get his fingers and toes back.
I was just going to say, hopefully his fingers are back.
Well, if he loses some of his fingers, he's not going to be able to hang from trees. So
that's good. I like that.
You mean his toes?
No, I mean his hands.
Yeah, his hands. His other set of hands. Yeah,
that's true. Because he can hang upside down. I got what you said on that.
Yeah.
So, like this video I posted, it has some really fun theories. Like James Bond is an AI, an advanced AI, and that's how they can make him look different.
Oh
each
no!
movie.
Crazy stuff, huh?
Yeah. ridiculous
But
stuff. But
let's get to the brass tacks.
Go for it.
Who's your favorite Bond, Daniel?
Well, my first one I ever saw was in 1998. It was Tomorrow Never Dies. So Pierce Brosnan was my first one. And he was number one at first, but then I watched the other ones and I finally decided Sean Connery is number one.
Yay.
Yeah, Sean Connery has always been my number one.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like I said, because my wife is, family relation is Daniel Craig, he's like tied with Roger Moore for number 2 for me. So.
And Jim and Nemesis, do you have a favorite Bond actor?
Not really. Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan?
You bet. I started with Goldeneye, and it's hard to beat. Right, I've seen a bunch of the other Bonds. I've seen Roger Moore. I've seen Sean Connery, and they come close. But I don't know, just the nostalgia factor for me. The introduction.
Right.
Pierce Brosnan will always be my Bond.
How old were you when you saw Goldeneye?
Yeah.
I was a kid, like 6, 7.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my
Oh,
first
my.
I was 10 when I saw my first Bond film, and that was Thunderball. And it was a double feature, Thunderball and You Only Live Twice, for just 50 cents.
Wow.
Yeah. And you loved Domino, didn't you, in Thunderball?
Oh, what was that?
You
when
loved
did
Domino,
Goldeneye come out?
Domino in Thunderball.
Oh,
63.
You guys are talking over one another. Okay, Nemesis, Goldeneye came out in 95. And Mikey, what did you say about Thunderball?
I said that you did enjoy the original Domino, didn't you, in Thunderball?
Yes, Claudine Auger is my favorite Bond beauty.
There you go.
She is? Oh, nice.
Now remember, I said Bond beauty,
Bond
but
beauty,
my
great.
favorite Bond girl, of course, is Diana Rigg as Tracy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Diana Rigg.
Yeah, and then of course Honor Blackman is also another alumni from the British TV series The Avengers. So she's up there too. She's tops in my book.
Yeah, now tell me if I'm right or wrong, Stone Racket, in the original novel, didn't they make her out to be a lesbian?
Yes, and then of course Bond straightens her out.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's barely hinted at in the actual film.
Yes.
She says you can turn off the charm, I'm immune. And of course, Bond thinks that all the pilots that are flying up in the air there when he first arrives he calls talented chaps. And of course, we find out that they're blonde babes.
Blonde babes walking
and
out of the planes.
they're all trained by Pussy, and it's like, well,
wow.
is there more going on there? No, I don't know.
Well,
but of course, we all know that Bond appealed to Pussy's maternal instinct.
Yeah, maternal instincts.
I would too. Damn it.
Yeah. Oh, and just for you guys, just to take note, my favorite of the blonde pilots is the one with the ponytail.
Oh yeah. Great John Barry music score.
Yeah, and of course
they exit the planes. Yeah.
And of course, when it's revealed that it's blonde babes, it's got that sexy saxophone music.
Yeah, the sexy saxophone. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Such a cliche, but it's fun. I don't care. It's like.
Okay, Daniel, here's a question for you. I think you answered this for me before. Name me the only 2 villains that survived from the Bond films. The only 2.
Jaws and Baron Samedi.
Good job.
And wait, Knick-Knack? Wait, I think Knick-Knack survived.
Oh, Knick-Knack survives.
Oh, yeah, Knick-Knack survived.
That's right. Yeah, yes. he's in a small trunk.
Well, no, he's not in the trunk. Remember,
he's up in
he's up there. He's in the top part of the jib. He's up at the up there in a little cage.
Yeah, like in a crow's nest kind of cage thing.
A crow's nest. Yep, that's it. Yeah, that was the man with the golden gun. So actually, three villains survived. That's great. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, they really missed. they really missed it when they could have brought those back. You know, they could have brought them back. They didn't.
That's
do it.
true.
Yeah.
Daniel, you know your Bond stuff.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you do,
I've
buddy.
been watching it. I've been watching it since 1990, 1997, 98. I love that
Hey,
stuff.
Daniel, have you seen all the Bond films, every single one?
Well, you know what? Like Stone Racket said, I have a hard time watching. Like he doesn't accept Daniel Craig as Bond, right? Well, I
Yeah.
don't. It's hard to accept Daniel Craig as Bond too. I mean, I watched Casino Royale, I watched Quantum of Solace, but then I stopped because I'm like, it's not connected. It's not canon.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you should
stopped
see.
after the first two as well. I saw them on cable. I didn't actually go to see them in the theater. And
I mean, the only way to make it canon is to just say it's a code name. James Bond is a code name, and they're all
Yeah.
different Bonds.
Yes.
yeah, you
Well-
can go with that. You can go to any scenario you want. You can do the old head canon thing.
Sorry, one of the fan theories is that James Bond exists in a multiverse, so they're all different Bonds in different universes, but they're all connected in the same multiverse.
I mean, the same time periods. It just a progression.
Just different universes.
Yeah,
like
just a
parallel
progression.
universes.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Earth Prime Bond is Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's Earth Prime.
Hey, Jim, do you have a
Yep.
favorite Bond actor? You didn't answer that, or we didn't
Yeah.
get to ask you.
I really never got into Bond stuff. I mean,
Oh,
I think it might have been Octopussy at one time when Bond and the lady was in a sub or something like that, and they was making out, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's Spy Who
The
Loved
Spy Who
Me.
Loved Me.
Spy Loves Me. Okay. See, I told you. I don't know anything about it.
Barbara Bach is not a very good actress, but I thought she was rather sweet in Spy Who Loved Me. There's a
Married
sweetness.
to Ringo Starr. Is she still married to Sir Ringo Starr?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, they got to know each other on what movie, Mikey?
Oh, that was that caveman movie.
Caveman.
Yeah, caveman. Yeah, that's how they met.
Yep.
Oh man.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they just, like I said, I called him Sir because yes, he was recently knighted by the Queen before she died. That was one of the last persons that she knighted. Yeah, was Ringo Starr. Yeah, he is a member of the
Interesting.
British Empire. Yeah, he's MBE. So
Sir?
yeah.
Is McCartney a sir?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
All four of them. Ringo
all
was the
four of
last
them?
one to be knighted. Yeah, Ringo was the last
Oh,
one to be knighted. So
cool.
yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Wait, what do you gotta do to become a sir?
Oh, you have to. There's a lot of contributions you have to make, not just to the empire as in regards to music, film, but also charitable foundations
charitable.
and so on. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you have to do a lot for Britain in order to become a member of the British Empire. So to be a sir, yeah,
To be a lord.
a lord, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hitchcock and Laurence Olivier. Also Sean Connery.
Yeah, also Sean Connery.
Despite his Scottish nationalism.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't blame him for that, though. I mean, come on.
I have a question for Nemesis. You said you first saw your first Bond was GoldenEye. Did you also play the GoldenEye game on the Nintendo?
I sure did. I own it still.
Oh, it was so good. I love
So
that
did
game.
I, but I could not. But for the life of me, Nemesis, I could not get past the damn.
Yeah, I got
I
the
couldn't get
dam.
past that. Yeah, the
Oh,
dam.
the thing that I had trouble with. Now I don't have a Nintendo system. My best friend loaned me his Nintendo. Is it 65 or what 95?
64.
64.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm an
It's
old.
okay.
The Nintendo 64. He loaned me that and the GoldenEye game, and of course I'd seen the movie several times, so I knew what I was going. Well, this is following the movie plot. I know what to do, and there's some things that little side plots, but But once I got to the satellite dish, I just could not. I couldn't beat the baddie.
You couldn't beat the
006.
satellite dish where
Yeah,
the plane
yeah,
crashed
dude.
into it? Oh
I
man.
just I tried and tried. I'm not that good at video games, but I got through up to that point. I'm just like, oh man, and I had, I had the unit for, I felt long enough, and so I gave it back to my best
Oh.
friend. I just never finished the game, but I really enjoyed playing it. And also, one of my friend's nephews had a Nintendo 64 unit, and we did the multiplayer together. And I play I played Xena on the top.
Oh God, you played
Hey,
Xena's
buddy.
one?
Yeah, I played Xena. Because
Give me 5 minutes.
I was playing, Tomb Raider, and so I wanted to be a woman. Okay.
Oh man.
Dude,
Well,
there's nothing wrong with that, but
I just
my buddy
remember.
did just show back up, so I'm going to be jetting out. But it's been an honor, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me,
Hey,
Jim.
Yeah,
thanks,
thanks for
Nemesis.
stopping by, Nemesis.
Good
You
to see you.
beautiful being, you.
Hey, anytime. Thank you for popping in.
Of course, it's always a pleasure, Jim. And same with you, Stone Racket, and Mikey, and Daniel. You guys are all awesome. And same with everyone in the chat. You're all rock stars.
Thank you.
You're a rock
Have
star.
an amazing
Mr.
rest of your
B.
night, guys.
Yeah, stay
Take
beautiful, Nemesis.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Cool dude.
Oh yeah, I like him.
You didn't transport him though, Jim.
Well, he had to cut out
Just quick.
quick. So
Oh, he
Just
had to
quick.
cut out quick. Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
He took
He
the
just-
shuttle instead. He took
He
the
just
shuttle
slid right
instead.
out. He got on that banana split and split.
Yeah.
Yeah, my older brother Rick, he and I, of course, we saw our first Bond movie together with our younger brother. The Thunderball You Only Live Twice double feature. But I also got to. He was in town on business and staying overnight at one of our local hotels. But that evening he had open, and we just decided to go see the latest Bond film together, and that was Die Another Day.
Yeah.
I mean, we both like Brosnan, but the movie was not quite up to snuff. But it was a Bond film, and I was with my older brother, like good old times.
But I
And
tell you, here's the thing about Die Another Day. I just did want to mention this before I head over to my studio to get ready for my own thing.
your own
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, well, I have my own stream in about half an hour.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. I guess
Yeah.
maybe we can jump over there. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or is-
Well, I mean, well, I will. I'll leave a link to Jim on his. I have a link that I can send to Jim on his Facebook. So, from that.
Another theory, another
Uh-huh.
interesting theory that they have in that video is, remember Silva, the bad guy from Skyfall?
Yeah, I haven't seen Skyfall,
I think his name is Silva, but is his name Silva, Mikey?
Yeah, Silva. Yeah, who's played wonderfully, by the way, by Javier Bardem. Which is he's a great actor. He was also in No Country for Old Men. So yeah, I mean, just awesome. Yeah.
They're saying that Silva is the Pierce Brosnan James Bond.
No, he's not. No. What he actually tells you, what Craig's Bond tells you is that Hong Kong, 1987, something like that. No, remember the last film that, even though Brosnan did the last film of his in 1992, according to the Bond timeline, Silva was just, well, if you want to base it, he was probably right after, before Brosnan was, Roger Moore, right? So, because there was that gap of 6 years where Sony was going under and MGM was filing for bankruptcy. So, yeah, you could probably say 1987 would have been a later Roger Moore, if you want to go by Bond timelines. And maybe he turned out to become, Silva, or Silva replaced more in Hong Kong. So there's a lot of theories about that, yeah. But it's not. No, he's not Brosnan. No, Silva's
Lots of
different.
theories.
Lots of theories. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 6 year gap was a weird thing. Some I think it was some European dude, or I can't remember, but somehow he got the rights to the MGM library for a period of time, and that kind of
Yeah.
locked things up or something. It was just it's I really don't understand, but there was some kind of weird rights issue that delayed. That's what caused the big delay, because Timothy Dalton was ready to do a third one.
Yes.
But because of the delay, it was like, it's just ridiculous, and so he took off.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, and then
I didn't, when Brosnan was announced,
yeah.
in '86
Right.
to be the new Bond, I was like, oh, not that Remington Steele guy,
No,
and
but he didn't
and
do it.
and
But he didn't do it like
and
Steele, though.
no, let me finish.
Yeah.
My mom and my older sister loved that show, and I just the advertisements on TV was enough to keep me away from it. But I didn't
Right.
want him to be Bond. But when I found out about NBC's treachery in preventing him from being Bond, I'm glad he got a second chance. And
Yes.
so I'm glad that he did finally get to be Bond in GoldenEye.
Right.
Because he's my second favorite of the Bonds.
Pierce is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna ask one last question of Daniel. Now, before before Timothy Dalton became Bond, he actually played a role in the 1980 film of Flash Gordon. Do you remember his character in Flash Gordon?
Was it Ming?
No.
No. I can't think of his character's name, but he's kind of like a Robin Hood kind of guy.
He's like a Robin Hood kind of guy.
I can't think of it either.
He played Prince Arbori.
Prince, yeah.
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 And he was like a Robin Hood character. And
Yeah.
then you had the guy that was the flying the Hawkmen.
Yeah, Brian
the leader of that
Blessed.
was Brian Blessed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great role for him.
And then, of course, Max von Sydow played Ming, Daniel.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only seen that movie once, and that was in the theater, and it's like,
I saw it too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Well,
whatever. My father hated it. He was
why
he was
did
a
he
big
hate that?
well, he Buster Crabbe for him is Flash Gordon.
Oh, right.
And
the cereal.
he didn't like he of course the music my dad wouldn't have liked right off the bat, but he just didn't like the way I don't think he liked the actor that played Flash, and just their whole kind of campy attitude. But
Well,
I guess something that he grew up with, because that was a series of movie serials. So every Saturday he'd go to the movies and get another chapter of the Flash Gordon serial. And
Well, Stone, don't forget that Buster Crabbe came back to renew his role with Gil Gerard in the Buck Rogers in 25th Century episode.
That's right. That's right. Darn right. And the reason I know that is because of Starlog magazine.
Yes.
I never watched the show, but I knew about that from Starlog. I should have tuned in to see that at least, but I do have the complete series set along with the movie from Kino Lorber on Blu-ray. So
yeah,
I haven't got through all that yet, but I do have it in my library.
Right. And there was one last actor I think most people don't remember was in that too, was Topol, who played Dr. Zarkov.
Yeah, Topol.
And I said,
right.
And I recognized him from Fiddler on the Roof. And I was like, there we go.
Yeah, that's the first movie I saw Topol in.
Yeah, and I thought that was awesome because my dad said to me, but because we're in the theater watching it, my dad says to me, "Do you remember where Topol came from?" I said, "Yeah, Dad, Fiddler on the Roof. It's one of my mom's favorite musicals."
Yeah, it's a great musical.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's weird. That's weird how I knew that because my mother and I were really big musical fans. We loved musicals. Yes,
Yeah,
even
my
Sound of
folks.
Music. So
My folks really liked musicals, and so we went to all the big musicals that were released. Of course, the first one I went to was that I remember was The Unsinkable Molly Brown.
yes.
And of course, we went to see Mary Poppins. And in '65, what was the huge big musical that everybody and their Wookiee went to see? Sound of Music.
Sound of Music. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, how the heck did I sit through that? But I did.
Well,
Because I
my
remember,
mother was
I
pregnant
remember,
with me while watching that.
I remember gritting my teeth
Oh no!
at that, at you know, at those darn Nazis. I was like, you know, and then of course
I
the
went on.
suspense when they're hiding, you know,
Yeah.
from them, and I remember, you know, being in the firm grip of suspense, you know. So I that's a long movie for a, you know, a 5-year-old kid to be sitting there, but I remember sitting through that, and then also My Fair Lady was a long one to
Oh
sit
yeah.
through as well. That's another one we saw.
Yeah. Well, when I was a senior in high school, because I'll go after this, I got to. But when I was in high school, I worked on 3 plays. One was Blithe Spirit.
Oh,
The
cool.
second one,
Noel Coward.
yes, the second one was Grease,
Oh.
and the third, and the third one, yeah, and I worked behind the scenes on those first 2. But
Uh-huh.
I actually worked. I was on stage as one of the soldiers for a funny thing happened on the way to the forum with Zero Mostel.
Yeah. Cool.
And yeah, and my buddy at the time, his name was Jim Gardner. He played Pseudolus, and I was like, oh, and I got to play a Roman centurion. I loved it.
There you
That's
go.
awesome. That's a
Yeah, it
good
was great.
memory.
Yeah,
Good
it's great.
memory.
I loved it. I loved it. He's a good guy too, Jim. Yeah, Jim's still alive. Yeah, he's still a good friend. So,
Well, Jim's right here. No,
I'm still here.
well, no, his name is Jim Gardner. That's another
No.
Jim Shepherd.
Now,
But
there's a Jim Garner that I'm familiar with. He was a famous actor.
yeah. All right. Well, I better go. Do you wanna beam me out there, Jim?
Sure. Here we go.
Aye, you're being transported. Stand by.
He's
he
gone.
goes.
Oh
He's
dear.
gone.
You really transported him.
Yeah, since everybody wants me to transport them out, I'll make me another transporter thing. Woo-hoo.
Oh, you're going to make a different video for that, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You're rather talented, Jim. All these neat videos.
Yeah, thank you.
That's fun.
Yep, we try our best to do what we can do.
That's a mixture of genres.
And this one.
And
I didn't make those. That was made by a friend.
That's really nice.
Oh yeah. He was doing some podcast, and I says, "Hey, do you think I can get those?" I'm going, he ain't gonna let me have them.
That's nice that he did.
He sent me a copy. I said, cool, thanks.
Yeah, I like the Batman one because it's like, hey, 1966. That's the year of Batman, and then later, Star Trek.
Yeah, he does a podcast on Beyond Trek. He did interview me once. I requested a second interview and never got it. But
oh dear.
But everybody would learn a lot. I can post the link in the chat over there that everybody can check that interview out.
Yeah. Go ahead and post it here.
It was pretty good though.
Yeah, I'd like to watch that.
All right.
You know, yesterday we were watching Thunderball with Outlaw Bill and
okay.
deleted scenes. And deleted scenes said something like the James Bond movies they couldn't show them. They couldn't show it on YouTube because they're not like in public domain yet. Not yet. At least like they're close, but they're not yet. Like, when do you think that the Bond movies will reach public domain?
They're not close to being public domain because the Barbara Broccoli, they're going to maintain control on that until they're until they're dead. That's what stymied. I'm having a senior moment again.
Oh, I hate that.
Kevin McClory, with all his, I have the rights to make my own James Bond movies, and it's like, no, you have the right to make Thunderball and only Thunderball, and the script treatments that you and Jack Whittingham and Ian Fleming worked on. That's the only thing he could do. He could to keep making Thunderball or a movie based on those original screen treatments that eventually became Thunderball. And he was working with Sony, and they, there's a big kerfluffle in the early 2000s where he was claiming that they could do their own series, and the Broccolis just put the kibosh on that, and the judge awarded. They just said, McClory, you don't have anything now, and he had waited too long to get another Thunderball production type movie off the ground, and it was too late for him to do that. So he lost everything, and the Broccolis regained full control of the rights of Thunderball and Never Say Never Again, and those original screen treatments. And then, of course, they also, shortly after that, regained complete control over Casino Royale because Ian Fleming sold those rights, and that floated around. That's how Columbia was able to make the 67 production, because those rights were still floating loose, and unfortunately, Broccoli and Saltzman didn't get those nailed down when they were getting rights to all the rest of the novels, and I wish they had, because it would have saved us from that 67 movie. But anyway, that's another story. But as far as public domain and YouTube and public domain, YouTube gets a license to show different movies. They aren't showing movies because they're public domain. They have a license, licensed content. Because some of those movies, like what was the one I just saw that was available? It was like, well, it says free with ads. It's like, okay, they got a license deal to show certain movies, I guess. But I don't know if they're. I mean, they could license YouTube to be able to show the Bond movies. If I were the rights holders, I would have them have that library keep making money and have Netflix pay millions to show them, and Amazon. Of course, Amazon has the rights now because they bought out the MGM and Sony and everything. So or Columbia, and but yeah, I would, if I were them, I would let different people have a limited run license, just so that library keeps making money.
Most definitely. Keep that cash flowing.
That's
So
right.
What do you think the Bond movies are gonna enter public domain? Don't tell me we have to wait till 2060.
I don't know if I'm trying to think.
Hey, William, what's up?
Okay, so Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, it entered public domain in like 2023.
Well, it was no, it was early part 2024.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was in January 2024. So that's I'm trying to think what year that came out.
It was like sometime in the 20s.
28. So if we go by that, how many years is that? Let's say it is. Let's see here. I'm going to double check. I'm going to go to Internet Movie. Yep, I was right. 28. Okay, so 19. Yeah, Dr. No will go public domain in 2058.
Oh,
No.
Because it's with the Disney extensions and Congress going along with Disney, it's 96 years now.
Wow.
So if that's still in effect, 2058, Dr. No goes public domain. So I guess October 5th, 2058, Dr. No is public domain.
Oh, cool.
Because it premiered on October 5th of 1962 over in Great Britain and didn't come over here till 63. And if I remember right, and then Fresh with Love, I think, didn't get here till like April of 64 or something like that. But with Goldfinger, it was just 2 months we had to wait. The UK got it in September of 64 and we got it in December. But with Thunderball, that was a worldwide release in December of 65. And Thunderball holds the record as most, paid admissions for a Bond film. So when they say Thunderball's the biggest Bond of all, that's why.
Interesting.
Yeah, the James Bond craze started with Goldfinger. That's when things just went off the charts. And there were some theaters showing that movie 24 hours a day on the East Coast. And then when Thunderball was released in 65, even though, we all know the big box office bonanza film of 65 was The Sound of Music, but what was number 2? Thunderball. And it was only released in December. And it made number 2 because so many people went to see that movie.
Yeah.
And of course, it continued on to 66. It was still being shown in theaters, and it just was raking in the dough. So it basically was the biggest Bond, and things kind of settled. The spy craze and spy Bond ripoffs. 1966 is the big year for that.
Right.
And so they thought when You Only Have Twice came out, it was like, well, is Bond still going to be a big box office draw? And it was not like Thunderball, but it was still, he was still popular. It was basically the Beatles and Bond.
Beatle Bond, huh?
Yeah, that's the 60s for you, baby.
Damn.
But yeah, crazy stuff. But he was, unfortunately, they underestimated, the phenomena that Bond was over in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And it just drove Connery nuts. Because the photographers were bugging him everywhere. He couldn't even go to the John without photographers trying to get pictures of him.
Wow.
And he just that was it for him. That's why he he quit.
No.
And as those damn producers, it's like they should have protected him more. You know?
Well, I thought he quit because he had like only a 6-picture deal.
Well, he had a it's kind of strange. You'll read that, well, he had a 5-year deal or he had a 6-picture deal.
Mm-hmm.
But he did have a 6-picture deal, but he was certainly the producers would have said, welcomed him to continue because Connery and Bond was the magic formula. And it's like David Picker mentioned in some of the Bond documentaries, he was the head of production at United Artists.
Mm-hmm.
And with him, he was kind of old school. With him, a handshake was good enough. And but he said that Broccoli and Saltzman renegotiated their contract with United Artists twice after their initial contract, but they did nothing for Connery. And it's just ridiculous because Connery deserved a lot more money, and he certainly deserved some of the box office as well. And he did want to be a co-producer. And I don't know. I really wish those damn producers had been a little more generous with him. And Saltzman was a real dick. And was rather disrespectful to Connery, and it got to the point where if Saltzman walked on set while they were making You Only Live Twice, Connery would just stop acting. He just would, until he left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Ken Adam in one of the Bond little featurettes that you can find on the Connery Blu-rays. I think the Only Live Twice Blu-ray has this, where Ken Adam, the set designer, the famous set designer of many of the Bonds, he never took Saltzman seriously, and he got tough and talked tough, and Ken Adam just didn't take him seriously. He said, but Connery did, and it's too bad because I wish Connery would have told him to F off, and just stand up to him and just go, you don't talk to me like that. You never talk to me like that. I would have, if I were Connery, I would have threatened him, because you could get away with things back then like that. But, but I wish those producers, especially Broccoli, I wish Broccoli should have been the good cop and should have, gone to Connery and worked things out where Saltzman apologized, maybe even apologize on set in front of everybody for being disrespectful to Connery. But Connery wanted $3 million to come back. If I was David Picker of United Artists, I would have given it to him because Connery needed to be in On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Interesting.
Yeah, but if he was in Her Majesty's Secret Service, he probably wouldn't have done Diamonds Are Forever because he only had a certain amount of episodes, right?
Well, he might, if they had negotiated, no, like if I were Peter Hunt, the director, Peter Hunt was the director of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and of course prior to that he was the film editor on the previous Bonds. And he was promised a directorial gig, and he finally got it for On Her Majesty's Secret Service. If I were him, I would have gone to the producer and said, get a 2-picture deal with Connery right now, because we need to do the, Bond's wife gets killed by Blofeld and company, and then the next movie, Bond gets his revenge. And unfortunately, they made You Only Live Twice before On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and that screwed up the continuity, as in presented in the novels, because Blofeld first meets Bond at Piz Gloria in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, the novel, and then Bond gets his revenge in You Only Live Twice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they reversed the order of in the movies, and so it's like, well, wait a minute, they've already met and You Only Live Twice. What's going on here? Oh, it's a different actor playing both Blofeld and Bond. That's why they don't recognize. And it's like, no, that's It's like, that doesn't work. Oh, it was the glasses. It's the Clark Kent thing. No,
Nice.
yeah, it just doesn't quite work. They should not have reversed the novels. They should have kept. But the thing is, the problem with why they couldn't go with On Her Majesty's Secret Service is that they tried twice before, because at the original release of Goldfinger in the United Kingdom, it said at the end of Goldfinger, but Bond will be back in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And that didn't come to fruition. It was Thunderball.
Yeah.
And then once again, Bond will be back in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And it's like, nope. They couldn't find a Piz Gloria. And it wasn't until that restaurant opened up on one of the Swiss Alps that they got their Piz Gloria. You know, and the restaurant, you know, they agreed to be involved in the film, but the producers, you know, they needed, you know, gosh, we have to have a helipad, and so they built that helipad for the restaurant, and so all that was constructed by the film company as part of the deal with the restaurant. And yeah, that's interesting. I just, you know, it's just it's too bad. It's too bad that that restaurant wasn't up and running in '66, so they could film On Her Majesty's Secret Service and then film You Only Live Twice.
But why would Saltzman treat Connery badly? I wouldn't treat Connery as a black belt in karate. I wouldn't treat anybody badly with who has a black belt.
Well, I don't know if Connery had a black belt, but see, Connery was rather Connery. You just didn't mess with Connery. I mean, even before he was an actor in Scotland, there were gangs and some, you know, tough guys. And Connery, one of them was trying to cut in on his girlfriend, leader of this group of toughs, and they were at a dance hall that had an upper balcony that overlooked the main dance floor, and it was a round rotunda kind of thing. Connery lifted the leader of the gang and held him over the balcony of that upper, you know, rotunda. And that's what stopped all the trouble that they were making with his girlfriend. The guy was a tough guy. He knocked people out. He was in fights. He's a tough guy, and that's why he got the job. He came in to talk to Saltzman and Broccoli in their office, and he just he didn't sit down. He stood, walked around, and when he was emphasizing things, he pounded on their desk a little bit. and you know, because he's like, you know, when he walked in, he was told to sit down. He walked over, you know, and they were busy, of course, on the phone, and Connery just ignored it and walked over and looked out the window until they were ready to talk to him. And they were so impressed with him that Broccoli and Saltzman watched him walk to his car in the parking lot. They were just fascinated because and Saltzman said he moved like a panther. He was like a cat. For, you know, he's 6'3", he's a large guy, and they just were impressed the way he moved and the way he handled himself. And I would think Saltzman would, I mean, Connery could have, you know, Saltzman would just be a stain on the floor because Connery would have been able to, you know, it's unfortunate that that had to happen. And it's, you know, it's just crazy because Connery was totally professional. He was on time. He knew his lines. He helped his co-stars. Some of the inexperienced actresses he helped out, kind of took them under his wing. He was like a big brother to some of them, you know. And I don't know what Saltzman's deal was, being disrespectful to Connery. I mean, that was just ridiculous. And I guess that the producers, just being the greedy jerks that they usually are, they just thought, well, Connery, your whole career, you owe it. You know, we did that for you. You know, it's all because of us. And it's like, no, not really, because Connery, there was magic with Connery being cast. And people, they didn't go to Connery's other films like they did the Bond films. It was Connery as Bond. That was the box office bonanza. That was the magic. And like Ken Adams says, you know, Connery could have kept making the Bonds and making buku bucks and then making his own films in between. You know, there was nothing stopping Connery from using his money to form his own production company where he could act as a executive producer and pick the screenwriter he would want, the director he would want. He would have final approval on the casting and the script. You know, he could have used the Bond movies as his bank to produce movies that he wanted to do. And it's a darn shame that that the producers were just too greedy and you know, and didn't respect Connery because, you know, sure, he owed a lot to them, but they in turn, you know, they owed a lot, you know, the whole Bond phenomenon was, you know, Connery was the key to that, in my opinion. And it's just a darn shame because I wish Connery had done a few more Bonds, you know.
Yep.
But you know, it's interesting because with Honor Majesty's Secret Service, they weren't sure how they were going to handle that ending. Were they going to keep the ending
Interesting.
where Tracy is killed, or were they going to end with the happy wedding and then the next film, the pre-credit sequence, she gets killed? They hadn't decided that. So I don't know if Connery was there, maybe they would have kept the original ending, or maybe they would have continued it in the next film. But you know, regardless, that movie needed Connery, and because that, to me, that's one of the best Bond novels, and I just wish Connery was a part of that because the other great Bond novels are From Russia with Love, Dr. No, and Goldfinger. And so Connery would have been in all four of those great novels, adaptations of those novels.
Quite interesting.
Yeah,
Do you like Roger Moore?
No, I like Roger Moore. I have. Are you familiar with the Persuaders series that he did with Tony Curtis?
I heard about it.
Yeah, and then he did The Saint.
Yeah.
And you know, he's a cool dude, but he didn't want. He's like, well, I can't follow Connery. You know, I can't be the tough, you know, Scott or whatever you want to describe Connery. You know, his version of Bond. And it's like, yes, you can. You can be a tough guy. You can scowl a little bit. You can slap the women around and beat up the bad guys and blow things up just like Connery did. But Moore wasn't comfortable with that. And it's like, it's ridiculous. It's like, you're an actor. Bond is a part.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean in that scene where he shoves the Thai boy, I'm trying to think if he's it's in Thailand, I think, right? Where he kind of pushes that boy off the boat and the man with the golden gun.
Yeah.
You know, he kind of, I wish I hadn't done that. You know, I worked with UNICEF and, you know, it's like, dude, it's a part in a movie. You're an actor.
He didn't like that?
Yeah, he didn't like doing the tough stuff. And it's like, dude, you're Bond. That's your job. You know, I mean, as far as slapping women around, it's like, well, no, he really shouldn't be doing that, unless, of course, it's self-defense stuff and it's the bad Bond girl. But you know, he, you know, and from like For Your Eyes Only, when he, you know, kicks that guy, you know, in the car off the cliff.
Yeah, he said.
No, and, I mean, you know, Moore played that brilliantly. I mean, it's like I'm convinced. You know, Bond's a tough guy, you know, and it's just if Moore had done that from day one and they weren't going for the cheap laughs like in Live and Let Die and The Man with the Golden Gun, yeah, he could have been just fine as Bond. I just didn't like the way the producers and Moore, in conjunction there or in collusion, whatever you want to say, together they kind of made Bond a joke. And just the movies became an excuse just to have a lot of cars and planes and boats, you know, all this useless action, you know, just everything grinds to a halt so they can have the action sequence with boats and Live and Let Die, and you know, that just things like that where everything kind of grinds to a halt plot wise. And I just, you know, those first two movies were pretty rough for me. I just said each Bond movie, starting with Diamonds Are Forever, for sure, because the goofy stuff started with that. Well, actually, you only live twice, but it really got bad with Diamonds, and on Pluto TV. Oh, cool.
I've seen every Star Trek out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I just more could have been. I mean, I like him in The Spy Who Loved Me. He's more comfortable in the role in that movie, and then I really like him in For Your Eyes Only because that's more of a serious Bond, except for the opening and the closing, which are ridiculous.
Yeah,
because they go for the cheap laughs in the pre-credit sequence, and then the ending with the Margaret Thatcher impersonator doing, you know, and the parrot, you know, all that, you know, that nonsense at the end. It's just doesn't really fit the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, more yeah, I just wish they had done a little more serious Bond. I went to all the Moore movies though. I saw, in fact, for some reason I went to Live and Let Die 3 times the first month it was out. I went with different people each time. But the movie wasn't that good. But, you know, I was starved for a Bond movie, I guess. I don't know.
It sounds like it.
But Jane Seymour, ooh boy, what a hottie in that movie.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Yep.
And then Timothy Dalton, I like what Connery said about he said he underestimated the role. You know, he Dalton had kind of that dark streak, that kind of killer thing. He had that down. He had the suave part down, charming the ladies. But the witticisms, they fell flat coming from him, in my opinion. But he was quite the charmer, though. I thought he kind of outdid Connery in that department. in Living Daylights, and but yeah, he was a dangerous Bond. I mean, he was good, kind of getting that killer kind of aspect that Connery had. You know, Connery had the charm and the suave exterior, but you knew the guy could kill without thinking twice. You know, and
Wow.
and Roger Moore wasn't quite as convincing that way. In fact, I wish they had him train a little more, and so they could choreograph the fights a little better. But yeah, Dalton was yeah, he was more dangerous Bond. I thought he did a good job. The License to Kill, I don't like that film. It's not really a Bond film. It's more of a Steven Seagal kind of druggy plot kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but Dalton was, you know, he's the best thing about that movie. He's a dark Bond. He wanted to get back to the Fleming books, but he just kind of was like, well, Bond isn't always that dark. But and there was a writer's strike at the time, so Richard Maibaum wasn't quite as involved with that screenplay, and Michael G. Wilson kind of had to wing it. So that's more of a Michael G. Wilson script.
Yep. Certainly sounds like it.
Yeah. I mean, there's some really that sequence with the semi trucks is so damn cool, though, isn't it? But that movie, the timing of that movie was just all wrong because the big movie that summer was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and then and even bigger than that was what? Batman. And so the Bond movie was like, well, they should have waited and released that in the fall. Give it a little space because the two other blockbusters just kind of blew it out of the water that summer. Well, anyway, Daniel, I think I've talked enough about Bond.
Yeah, Mikey's doing his thing right now.
Yeah. Did you want to? Do you guys want to go over there? What do you want?
Yeah. I mean,
what do you want to? What do you want to do, Jim?
Oh, we can go over there and call it the Commodore raid.
Yeah, I like that. Depends on what you want to do there.
Yeah.
Hey, oh my goodness, for you. We've been going over 3 hours, Jim.
I know.
Oh, James Darren died of heart failure.
That's sad.
Yeah, good old. He was Tony.
James
on
Darren
Time
died
Tunnel.
from a heart failure. Yeah. Something about much prayers.
Yeah, I wonder how old was he when he? Because I heard he passed a few days ago.
Yeah.
But it was heart failure.
That's what William says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you? I've got the Time Tunnel Blu-rays, but the thing is, you got to order them from the UK. They're not available in this country, which is stupid. But they're region free. But they've got some interviews with Whit Bissell and Robert Colbert, who played the other scientist. I can't think of his name. It's Tony and what was the other scientist? Doug. Tony and Doug. Yeah. And they interviewed both Robert Colbert and James Darren, and Whit Bissell was still kicking. They interviewed him on those well, it's on the DVDs as well as the Blu-rays.
Mm-hmm.
But I was surprised because when I got the DVDs, I was watching and I said, Whit Bissell? Oh, cool, he's still kicking. They interviewed him because he played General Kirk on the Time Tunnel series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched that.
Yeah, that was a favorite of mine. I didn't get to see it much on its original run because it was on Friday nights. But when they syndicated it, I got to see all the episodes I missed many times.
Yep.
So it's kind of it's goofy sometimes, but some of the episodes are pretty darn cool.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Well, are we? Should we raid?
We got somebody in the transporter buffer.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now.
Mr. Sci-Fi himself.
Hey, what's up, guys? Congrats, Jim, on 8,000.
Hey, thank you very much. We're getting ready here pretty shortly to go over to Mikey's and call it the Commodore raid.
Oh, it's Mikey streaming tonight, is he?
Yeah, he's doing the Star Trek 5 thing.
Oh, a Star Trek 5? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Should we go over there and rate it and then mock the film? No.
Well, he did write to me and said that he put the link in X for you over there.
Oh, did he? Let me see.
For Stone Racket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You just got up here, remember?
Yeah, I know.
Well, was you working, sleeping?
Yeah, I had to work tonight.
Oh, okay.
And then take care
You
of
sound
stuff.
tired.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I'm over like the contagious part of the crud, but it's like it still knocks you on your butt for like a week.
Oh yeah, you got the creepy crud from the kid.
Yeah, he brought it home from school.
Here, Dad, I got a special for you. No.
Well, it's not his fault. It's these other things
I
that
know,
don't know
I
how
know.
to keep their kids home when they're sick.
Damn kids, they're walking petri dishes, I tell you.
No shit.
They literally are.
Petri dish.
Yeah.
My dog's tongue
Germs.
has less germs than some of those kids at school.
Oh, I believe that. Yeah, it's a shame. I hear what you're saying, or Jay. Can I call you Jay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. When other people, or in this case, other people's kids, are not kept home when they should be, and then they spread everything, and then get everybody else's kids sick. It's just it's ridiculous. And even when I worked at the hospital, some of the nurse managers even would come in hacking and coughing, and get everybody sick. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, really.
One nurse manager came in and he was coughing and hacking, and then I later found out she had bronchitis, and guess who got bronchitis a couple days later?
You.
Me.
You would think working in a hospital, you'd know better.
It's just, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Especially some of the patients in there, they get exposed to that, and that
exactly.
Could be,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, they wear a mask, but it's just a general isolation mask. And it's like, well, is that really going to do the trick? I don't think so.
No, it's not like it's an N95 or.
Yeah, if they have, if they had the 3M, we had a 3M brand of an N95, and that was a contour mask. Now, if they were wearing that, but they were just wearing the basic
the cloth ones, basically.
The flimsy paper actually is a paper.
Like those, like the ones they were handing out to all the kids at the schools, yeah.
Yeah, and either with the little elastic straps go around your ear, or the ties around your head. Usually, it was the one with the ties, and it's like that doesn't do squat.
Yeah.
But that's a shame.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's disappointing. The last couple years didn't get it. This year, oh yeah.
Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of hit or miss.
Scotty.
Scotty is in the chat. Hey, Scotty.
Links in X over there, Scotty, if you want to beam aboard. Baby, smoke cigars.
And he wasn't a cougher.
Yeah, really. Damn it.
Must have had George Burns for a dad or something.
Oh, speaking about that, I found a new icon today. I didn't make it over to Grilla's smoking stream, but we got Captain McCard here whip a cigar in his hand.
Yes, we do. I see that. Nice.
Yeah. I figure if he ever has another one, I'm all set. I got my cigar ready to go. Now, if you see that damn thing move to his mouth, then I'll get rid of the damn thing.
I want to say hi to Daniel real quick. I don't know if he's still with us or hiding. Because I just came up here. So.
Hi, buddy. How you doing? You just
Good,
got home?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a little while ago I had to take care of stuff at home before I jumped on.
Yep.
But
Yep.
Are you okay from that whatever you got from the school?
Yeah, it's just kicking my butt, dude. It's I'm tired as heck, and yeah, that's the main thing. It just wears me out.
Oh, I did fix the stars for the Fringy vessel. If it shows up. Stars are going the right way now. But the ship's still farting.
That's okay though. Like I said, that goes with that whole thruster package. I think that works good actually.
Yeah. Well, you know, the story advisor says it's got to go the right way. Well, I found it, and got it downloaded and everything. And today I brung it up. I'm like, yeah, I got to fix my stars because the ship was fighting against the stream.
Well, it'll keep the nitpickers at bay.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. No big deal. It was an easy fix.
Yeah.
And I did one part for my Breach 3. I haven't done anything with it yet. I did do the cutouts, and I got myself an auxiliary control. Oh, wow. And you got to see what I've been doing. I've been pushing buttons. I got one hand doing okay, but the other hand's kind of flopping around like a damn goose.
Well, if I don't see it tonight, I'll see it tomorrow. I got tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, so do I.
Yeah, I know.
I got the whole weekend.
I know. I saw you.
A billion things to do.
Uh-oh. Dan got a honey-do list for you?
Well, we got a freezer that's got to get upstairs, but she's got she's got to clean a hole to get the sucker through the time tunnel. William Wells says those are Acme cigars. Yeah, they're Acme, all right. So there you go. You're still there, Stone Racket? Did you fall asleep?
Well, I was looking at the link you sent me, and it just duplicated the link here for some reason. So I'm trying to again. Because what I have to do, I have to take the link from X and then email it to myself to my desktop. And so it's multiple steps. So hopefully the link for the Mikey stream will be the right one. Because all I did was I copied the link, but the link for this live stream, StreamYard link, came up, and I'm like, uh-oh. So it's like, well, that's not going to do me any good.
Pretty sure I copied the right one.
So I'll try again because I copied the one that says Mikey chat.
Oh, you're right. I guess the brain was dead a few minutes ago.
So it looks like it's different.
Oh, hey, you know what? I got the link. He sent it to me on
Facebook. I got it. I got the right one too.
Okay.
It ends in 8WPI.
Yep. That's
the one.
the one.
Okay. The one here it just, for some reason, I guess it kept the previous link I copied when I thought I copied the new link. I guess it didn't copy over correctly, but I've got it now in a new tab. So yeah, you sent me the right one, Jim.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh,
yeah,
I know
everything's. I was just excuse me for another senior moment.
It's okay. Hey,
what time
I have those all the time, man.
What time
but,
is this?
I don't. Do you guys want to go over there now?
I don't even know what the. Oh, he's live right now. Okay.
Yeah, he's live right now.
Yeah, he's been live since 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay. So about half an hour. About okay.
Yeah.
Well, with me, it's just it's 22:26 here where I am.
Yeah, there you go.
It is here too. I was just rounding, you know.
Yeah.
It's 23:26 for me. So.
Yeah, I'm in the Central Time Zone. The best place to be, right? No.
I'm Eastern.
Yeah,
well,
you're Eastern.
If you like being in the middle, I guess.
Yeah, I'm in the great Midwest.
Oh boy.
Well, technically, so am I.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in the
Cool.
Rust Belt, so.
The Rust Belt. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we don't like the Rust Belt that well, do we? Picard's thinking, "Oh shit!" before it explodes. Yeah,
and he would think that. He would.
Well, that's the cigar he got from Q, so anything could happen.
That's right.
Yeah, you got it.
And Q would give him an Acme cigar for sure.
Every time he takes a hit, it plays the mariachi song.
There you go. One of my favorite lines from Riker, and we all know it's a bunch of BS, when he tells Q, "I don't need your fantasy women." Sure you do, Riker. You need them all the time, you horn dog.
Hell, I do too. God damn, bring them over.
Hey, at least the one Q provides are real.
Damn right.
Compared to the holodeck ones.
Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if we go there, like I said, Commodore raid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want a Commodore raid now?
Well, I don't mind. I'll go over and go up on his panel and have some Star Trek talk. That sounds like fun.
Yep.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming in.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. And
hey,
congratulations again. It's great that you're up to 8,000. You're just over 8,000 now subscribers.
8,000. I did earlier got another reading, 8,022. So,
hey, nice.
That's nice.
20 in a day. That's pretty good.
The good fan films are just doing great.
Hopefully, we'll get it to 8,100 and then 8,200. And
well, we might see it in the next 9,000. But we got somebody in the buffer, in the transporter buffer. Stand by. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have people on transporter pad. Beam them up now. Scotty.
Hey, what's going on, man? Congratulations on the 8K.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello, sir.
Hey, Sci-Fi, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Well, I was curious. How's the gangrene?
It's still green as hell.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I might have to hire Jim. It's getting pretty green.
Oh,
it's green as that green alert up there up by Daniel.
Are you finishing up the show?
Might be. I don't know. Just, whatever that you want to talk about, that's fine. I mean, we still got 5 people in here watching.
Oh, all 5 of
problem.
us. Delicious.
Yeah.
Daniel, how do you feel about crypto being in the new Superman movie? Crypto the dog. Crypto the Superman dog.
Oh, I was gonna say, are you talking about currency? No, you're talking about a net like a dog.
No, I'm talking about Superman's puppy. I apologize if I'm a little bit erratic this evening. I was just having a conversation with a lady that I was 90% sure would do the coitus. And then I told her about my political inclinations, and she was like, no coitus.
Well, see, that's why you never bring up. Yeah, see, when it comes to the coitus, you never bring up politics or religion.
But
not until you actually. You know what? That's the best advice that you gave me half an hour too late.
Break out the rubbers.
Don't talk about politics until you've had sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, because afterwards, hey, at least you had it, right? So,
yeah, exactly. It's like, oh no, now we can't.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it's already too late, lady.
You're screwed.
Yeah, no takebacks.
No, I'm not. That's the problem, Jim.
Damn it.
I was trying so hard, and then I flapped my mouth.
Well, I guess you just have to use the emergency backup system too.
Yes, Pornhub.
Or RedTube.
Well, that's emergency system 3.
Yeah, no,
Pornhub.
Pornhub is, you know.
2 is your hand.
Don't.
And 4 is a hell of a mess.
You know, have you ever played a game of pool?
I played pool before, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good game, and you have to look at all the angles. You got to do all the. You gotta work to get those balls in those pockets.
And I got lucky one time that I stuck the stick in the right hole. On the pool table.
What?
You know, it's kind of funny because the way you're describing it, you could be talking about pocket pool.
Yeah, well, this ain't pocket pool. It was real. So was she. I just had to make sure to get the right wet hole instead of the hard ones.
Oh my stars! I don't even know what you're talking about, but I can't.
Pool table, ding ding, pool table.
It's only an accident if you acknowledge it.
Yeah. William says, "Game of life." Yeah, you got it.
Hey, Bill. So yeah, oh my stars! I convinced my father to purchase the Blu-ray of Furiosa. So I'm going to get a Blu-ray of Furiosa. Have you guys seen Furiosa?
I have not, but I remember you talking about it before.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. It's a Mad Max movie, but it doesn't have Mad Max in it.
You know, that might be on one of my streaming services.
You should check it out. It's a good movie.
I should, because I resubscribed to Max. It might actually be on there. I know they got the second Mad Max, the whatever that second one is.
Mad Max 2?
Well, yeah, Thunder Road or
The whatever. Road Warrior.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a great movie too.
Yes. So I'm gonna have to go look see if they have Furioso. It's what it is.
Yeah, Furiosa. It's like if you like Mad Max movies, Mad Max is not in it, but it is a Mad Max movie.
Right. I figured it'd be kind of hard to, get Iman to reprise her role, or whoever, Tina Turner. Well, obviously she can't redo her role. So.
No, she's dead. She's very deceased.
Yes.
Watch out for that starship.
What does God need with a starship?
Yeah, really. Oh man, that was funny. Coming right at you, man.
Say what you will. Oh, go ahead.
There are two things that have kind of been rusted by people that I know on the internet. And one of them is the Doomsday Machine. I hate Commodore Decker. And I love Star Trek V a lot.
Yeah,
but
say what you will. That's one of the funniest movies in the whole
the Starship has also been rusted, because I know a guy who uses those two, and I'm like, you don't get.
Well,
those.
then
They're mine. They're mine.
Scotty, you use the other Kirk line. You say, "Excuse me," which is what he says.
I just row my boat.
Row. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, that was just a drunken tangent. Thank you for allowing.
Well, see, that's the nice thing about PBR, Scotty, is you don't even sound drunk.
Really? Well, yeah, it is kind of like club soda.
You know, I've actually taken to having a can of it here and there. It's not bad.
Oh, sci-fi.
Scotty.
You live in Michigan.
Yes.
So I live in Ontario.
Yes, so we're practically neighbors, yeah.
Yes. And you have had a benefit in your convenience stores, gas stations, what have you, is that all of your you can buy beer wherever you want, right?
Right. Well, in Michigan, yes. Now I do know a state where you got to go to like what's called the state store to buy stuff, which is Pennsylvania.
Sure. But that's exactly what Ontario was until very recently. And so now we have convenience stores and gas stations and state stores all fucking selling booze.
Yeah, I know that was the big thing when I used to watch Trailer Park Boys. Was they always talked about we got to go to the LC before they close.
Yeah,
like as an alcoholic, it is very, very scary for me to drive, because I'm even if I wake up in the morning, have eggs and bacon and orange juice and whatever, I'm still probably hammered from the 5th of tequila that I had the night before.
Yeah, I would say so.
So if I take a ride, like the cops, they're like bees nowadays.
Yeah, really.
Well, yeah. So I'm taking it.
Who's
you
listening
have
to this? Can I say the word allegedly and then dismiss all of my previous comments?
Well, you know what? It is alleged. It is alleged unless you got convicted, whether you're U.S. or Canada.
Whatever. Yes. My last name is Rothstein.
Hey, better than the other Steam. Yeah. So.
It is. Hey, watch this.
Please subscribe to Commodore Productions.
Damn right.
Yes, absolutely. Congrats, Jim. And yes.
Thank you.
Basil. Is it Basil? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
You ain't late. We're still here after 3 hours and 40 minutes. And
no, I was just hoping it's actually pronounced basil, because I'd hate to pronounce it like an herb. Basil.
Yeah, basil. That's cool. Yep. Cool. I know what you meant over here. Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, we just got to keep making those great fan films, and we'll keep climbing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If we can just get the rest of the people on board, coming up on the private backstages and actually hash some stuff out.
Well, there is a thing called wintertime, and they might have more time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yes, you're pronouncing right. Cool. There you go. It's been confirmed.
Cool. Awesome.
Awesome
I'm bad.
sauce.
Yeah, because I'm bad with names. Just ask, Scottford over there.
You're bad with names. So am I. I can't even say the one Cuber. Oh, the first part of it. I can't even say it.
Poopus? Snortapoops?
Snortapoops?
Yeah. Sorry.
I asked him one time, I said, can I just call you Q? He goes, long as you don't call me late for dinner, that's fine.
Oh, okay. There you
go. Yeah.
Well, Snortapoops is a great bear.
Yeah.
Yes. They are a Cuber bear.
Mm.
I thought he was a boy bear.
Possibly. I don't know. I never asked.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is that when it comes to polar bears, it's not like I want to fuck any of them.
I thought you liked them.
So, if I meet a polar bear, like even at a bar, if a polar bear starts hitting on me, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm sorry.
That's not out of the realm of possibility.
Damn.
Because of where you live. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, I have been to Cochrane. Yes.
Oh, look at that. Really?
What? You never been to Cochrane?
No, I sent Mikey's friend Larry a link a long time ago, and he's over there at Mikey's. I'm like, really?
Donkey Kong.
Yeah. That's okay. No big deal. We're still going. We're still having fun. That's all right. No big
you've
deal.
Been going for like 3 hours, yo. No,
3 hours.
4.
3 hours, 44 minutes.
Do you want to wind it down at 4? Do you want to kill it at 4 hours?
It could.
You can kill it you can kill it now if you want.
Every time when I get on here, and you can ask Jay the same thing, I always say the same thing. Well, we can go for an hour or two. Last time it was damn close. I think it was 10 minutes away from 4 hours.
That was
I had a hell of a time getting out of bed that morning.
Well, last time you were alive was last night or the night before.
I wasn't alive.
The night
before.
Night before, yeah, because I simulcasted it on my channel.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, Jim. I'm sneaking up behind Sci-Fi Nation right now.
Yeah.
Put a knife between ribs.
Be very, very quiet.
Yes.
He's hunting sci-fi.
I am going to assassinate Sci-Fi Nation.
Oh no!
Right now.
Oh no!
Sci-Fi Nation, if you could do me a favor and not look behind you, that would be faboo.
What? I can't look at camera 2. That's not fair.
No,
really?
You can't. No, it's not cool for me if I don't actually murder you. So you have to be very still and let me murder you.
Well, that's no fun.
I know, not for you, but for me, it's the best.
Yeah, but then I can come back and haunt you.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. I never thought about that. Okay, let's call the whole thing off. I forgot about ghosts.
Damn it. Jay's starting to catch up with me. My views are 60. His is at 57. He was 6 paces behind me. He's getting caught up. He's getting closer. That's interesting. That's a stream we had Thursday morning.
That's because my channel's a grower, not a shower.
Ooh.
It's neither.
Oh, you hush.
It doesn't grow or show.
I'll hush you.
No, if you know what, if you have an opportunity to go by Sci-Fi Nation, don't subscribe. It's a
I know.
shit channel.
Don't listen to this dink over here.
No, have you seen him? No, all you have to do, like, if you want to go and see how shit his channel is, just go check out his spaghetti recipe.
Oh, come on.
It is the worst.
Back to that again?
I'm never going to let this go.
It sounds like it.
You know, Scotty, I love you, but you're one of the most facetious people I've ever met.
Oh, man.
Absolutely, I am. I've never claimed to be otherwise.
And he's proud of it, the way it sounds.
Yes. Yeah. Green beans and spaghetti. What kind of a fucking weirdo?
Wow.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you grow up piss poor like I did.
Yeah.
But the spaghetti is for piss poor people. Like, it's like, I don't know. I don't know why you think that the green beans are the cherry on the sundae that is spaghetti.
I was just
don't get
trying
it.
to offer a healthy side dish, so excuse me.
What the fuck? What the fuck? The spaghetti is the healthy dish. It's got protein. It's got vegetables.
Hey, Scotty.
In the thing.
Don't knock it till you try it. And I haven't tried it. I don't know if I could or couldn't, but you never know.
Green beans and spaghetti do not belong together.
Yeah, well, at least my spaghetti's not noodles and ketchup.
Well, no, that's not mine either. I'm just saying it's a weird. I'm not saying your spaghetti is bad. I'm saying the addition of the green beans is an odd side.
Come on,
dish.
Scotty. It's a side dish. It doesn't mean you gotta have it. It's just.
I know, but I'm just so. It's like, I don't know.
You know, thanks to you and this whole green bean thing, I'm thinking about eliminating side dishes altogether from my when I do
Get like cornbread or something.
Robert.
And cornbread's all right, I guess. If it's warm and you got lots of butter and honey to go on.
I don't have cornbread with my spaghetti. I have toast.
I don't either. Yeah, I think the only thing
bread is better than green beans.
I think didn't I make some Texas toast with that? I can't remember.
Yeah,
you might have.
Yeah, that sounds tasty instead of being a psychopath and adding green beans.
Well, no, I think I did have like the garlic bread or the Texas toast or whatever. You just focused on the green beans. That's all you.
Yeah, because it was fucking gross, yo.
Jesus. Okay, we'll just say that Scotty doesn't agree with green.
Yeah, I think you're a terrible cook, and I don't understand your side dishes, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking too much glee.
Queen.
Lean cuisine. With
Lean?
green beans.
That's okay, Scotty. We're here for your amusement.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I feel about the planet. Yes, thank you.
Said nobody ever. But hey, it is what it is.
Prove me wrong whenever you want. Sci-Fi, Daniel, Jim.
Yo.
Chat. Whenever you think I'm wrong, I would appreciate it if you told me.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Do you want to go?
Holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Do that again.
That's what he said.
Oh my God, I love that so much. That is my new ringtone.
Oh, geez. I thought your ringtone was Please, I'm begging you. Please.
Yeah, no, give me a She-Hulk. By the way, anybody, please go by Scotty R37 on X. And if you could help me get a She-Hulk hot toy.
Oh,
I
geez.
am very much wanting that. And I'm hoping to get it by Christmas. So if you want to send me one, please do. I have no idea how you will do this, but I would like you to do it for me.
Well, what would you do if someone sent you a She-Hulk love doll?
He would wrap himself in its arms.
Yes. I would be the little spoon.
Damn.
And then he'd send a video to Jens and say, ha ha.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've known the touch of a plastic woman. Have you?
Oh, especially because it's a She-Hulk plastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Ooh,
and
she
you
was so
know
tight.
you know how Jens feels about She-Hulk. So. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jens knows how I feel about She-Hulk. I fucking love She-Hulk.
Mm. Do you like the regular flesh color or the green?
Both?
Both?
Yeah. No, Tatiana Maslany is, I think, adorable.
Yeah,
I
she is.
would like her to be on top.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to her CGI She-Hulk, I would also prefer to be, I would like to be on top because I think She-Hulk is heavier than me.
You want her to sink you into the mattress, is what you're saying.
Well, no, I want to fucking fuck her
sounds like it.
missionary or doggy style. I want to fuck She-Hulk, okay?
Well, we gathered that, Scott.
Yes. That's why I want the doll. Give me a She-Hulk doll so that I can look at it and be like, I wish you were bigger so I could.
Quick, somebody go to Temu and order Scotty a She-Hulk doll.
Yeah, really.
Everybody should buy me a She-Hulk. I don't even care if it's a hot toy. I just want all of the She-Hulk action figures. People should buy me She-Hulk action figures. You know how there are like supports and fundraisers and everything. I want my entire life is going to be making fun of all of those and just asking people to buy me She-Hulks.
I think just for the humility of it,
buy me She-Hulks.
Just for the humility.
No
humility of it. Yes, you need to go start an OnlyMans so you can buy one.
Oh, I am an only man. I'm just an only man surrounded by She-Hulk action figures.
Yeah.
Oh, what a sad life I've created.
You sure have. Damn it.
Oh, come on. It's fun. It's not like this isn't my religion. We're just having fun.
Poor Scotty over there.
My life was bad.
Oh, Scotty's over there sounding like Ranger
Shut
Rick.
up, lawnmower man. Oh no, that's cool. It is cool.
At least at least, Scotty, I get vibrated every day.
Well, yeah, that's true. Oh my god. My lawnmowers, they make me come.
Got you in that one.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's good to laugh like that now and then.
Well, no, it's fun to laugh with you guys. Like it's a weird we got a weird friendship and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. It's like football stacking. Okay.
Don't know what you're talking about, Bill.
William Wills.
William,
Yeah.
short for William.
Yeah.
Bill. Yes.
Gotcha.
If it's too casual, I apologize.
No big deal.
On Star Trek 6, my favorite Spock line was Captain. If I was human, I believe my response would be
Go to hell.
To hell.
To hell.
If I was human.
If I were human.
Yeah.
Delightful. Thank you, William.
That was almost the last scene of Star Trek 6 when they was going towards the brightest star.
Hi, I'm back.
He's back.
Thank fucking Christ.
Sorry, I had to go and eat something.
What was your name?
Yeah.
It was it was a foam. It was like a cold brew foam.
Wait, was it a Guinness? Did you actually have to chew your way through it?
No, it was like something you spray on your it's a cold foam you spray on your coffee.
All right.
Then.
Jim, you got 3 minutes till 4 hours.
Oh well. We'll just keep going.
All right, you're the doc.
That's heavy.
So, like,
is there something wrong with the gravitational pull?
Everything's heavy.
I missed it when you were talking about the Dracula, the Bela Lugosi Dracula. I missed most of it yesterday. Sorry.
Oh, that's too bad, man. You should have stopped by.
Bela Lugosi Dracula? Oh, I wish I'd have.
Yeah. I saw it for the first time yesterday.
Really? First time. Okay.
Yeah, and it was an effort in cinema history. Like, you have to put yourself into the perspective of the audience of the time.
Right.
But
when it was made, yeah.
Yeah. Like, you can't look at it now. Like,
well, no, I get what you're saying, Scotty. That's like, we all in pop culture, we talk about movies, that might be 30, 40, 50 years old, but you get people in there and they're talking about them like in modern standards. No, it don't work that way. You can't do that. You got to see it from the perspective, like on a 4x3 TV, right? That barely has color on it.
Well, and in the research for Dracula, it was like when they made the movie, they were like, they didn't put a soundtrack to it. All of the music that happens within the movie is because there's a band playing or whatever. And it's because they thought that audiences would not believe a story where music was just coming out of nowhere. Like, why is there music playing?
The background music type stuff.
Yeah, it had to be diegetic. It was like, if they were watching a movie and there was music playing, they would be like, where's that?
Well, why would they have a problem with that, considering that's all there was before talkies or, voice on movies,
I was curious about that myself because, exactly. There were people playing organs.
And pianos, and I mean, look at the old Charlie Chaplin movies. It was just him doing his shtick on the screen with a piano playing in the background. Like, people don't know about music in movies. Come on now, that's just don't make
no. But that is a production note that I read. If you would, and we're not sponsored over here, but I read it on imdb.com.
Hey, Basil says, keep on going until the beer runs out. So if you guys are having a beer, let me know when it runs out.
Well,
I was gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Between me and Scotty, that could take a while.
I know. And William says that was a line after Starfleet Command said, "Bring the Empress home to be supposed to be decommissioned."
Yeah, second started it right. Straight into morning.
Yep.
The only thing that is stopping me and Sci-Fi Nation from going face to face in an epic battle of table tennis is that I don't have a passport, and neither does he. He's not allowed to leave his state. He is a criminal.
Oh, I can leave the state. Get out of here.
Can you leave your country?
Not legally.
Yeah, let's go.
That'd be a little tough there.
Let's do a Street Fighter. I'll be Guile. You be Ryu.
Well, there is that new bridge that they built from Michigan to Canada now.
Yeah, I know,
Exactly. It
but
would
that's
be a
got
great background
you know what?
for a
No,
Street Fighter.
Fuck that. I'm gonna go through the old decrepit tunnel that nobody uses no more.
No. I'm gonna go through
either
the
that,
carpal
or
tunnel.
I'll just go to the UP or Minnesota and cross up there because there's no fence, there's no guards.
I don't even know why we're fighting anymore.
You know what? I didn't even think we were, so whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
You're supposed to have a good time. Come on.
That's exactly why I'm here. Have a good time.
That's why
I
went
thought
to.
we were here to do Street Fighter shit.
That's why I went to Red Alert.
That's what you get for thinking, Scotty.
Oh, I will uppercut your taint.
You walked into that one. You walked into it.
Tail or butt first. No reply to the
No, me and Scotty like razzing each other.
I know.
We do. That's what we do.
I'm cool.
Yeah, it's all in good fun.
Yeah. I'm cooler than him.
Yeah, well, you better be. You live in Canada.
And William is asking, which Harry Mudd do you like better, TOS or Discovery? Oh, TOS for damn sure.
I would have to say TOS just because the fuck even are time crystals. That's not even like a thing. So.
And Scotty?
Oh, TOS.
There you go. Yep. Good old TOS. That's where we're at in our fan film.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Harry Mudd from TOS sounds kind of like the guy from Looney Tunes that's always trying to sell something. Well, yes.
No, that's
like
Cyrano Jones.
Well, Harry Mudd sounded like that too, though.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did at one point. When he first met Kirk and
Harry
Kurt,
Mudd was rad,
and he had the women that he was,
like, and you know what? It was a difficult. It's a weird thing, is because I do like Rainn Wilson's interpretation
from
of Harry Mudd
from Strange New Worlds. That guy
from Discovery.
Or Discovery.
And,
okay, yeah.
And the short trek. Like, I like Rainn Wilson as Harry Mudd. I want Harry Mudd to come back.
I'm not saying he didn't do a good job. I mean, he portrayed Harry Mudd as well as anybody could, right?
Right. But it's like the outrageous O'Connor. I want O'Connor.
Oh, there's so many one and done characters in TNG.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, give that person another
Burlinghoff
chance.
Rasmussen.
Rasmussen, yes. the guy that played Mad Max, absolutely.
Yeah. Max Headroom.
Yeah, Max Headroom.
Max Headroom.
But no, these characters, these weird one-off characters, I love them. But yes, who is my favorite Harry Mudd? It is Roger C. Carmel, I believe his name is.
From TOS, is that his name?
Yes.
Okay. There was a guy.
Got all Vulcan going crazy over here because I ain't looking at the camera.
All right, let's start your video. Well, that happened.
Yeah.
There was the guy that played in Devil's Rejects. He was the old clown guy, like the leader of the family. He played in TOS too. On the hippie episode.
Oh, okay.
can't remember his name. He passed away years ago, but if anyone saw Devil's Rejects, he is the old guy, heavy set that played he dressed up as a clown in Devil's Rejects. He played, I believe, it was in the hippie episode of TOS.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to see the retard Vulcan? Well, that's not my character.
You can't say retard, yo.
What are you playing, number 2?
Yeah, you can. It's what you do to the timing on your ignition system.
Oh.
No, that's factual. Yes.
Yeah, William Wells earlier at 11:13 p.m. said that James Darren died from a heart failure a couple days ago, I guess.
No, what was it? It's been a couple of months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was he the guy that played on Bewitched?
No, James Darren was Vic Fontaine on Deep Space Nine.
Okay,
and he
yeah.
was also he was also in the Time Tunnel.
Yeah,
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. I remember Vic Fontaine, but yeah, he was in Time Tunnel for Okay.
But yeah, he just recently passed away, and he's great. I thought I thank that guy for being.
He played one of the best
cool.
mobsters that wasn't a mobster in Vegas on DS9. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, he was like a lounge singer, and
Yeah,
I
he was,
love
yeah.
a lounge singer.
Hey, I can't figure that. I can't figure that. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the one I think William was talking about. William says he passed away on September 2nd.
Yeah. Yep. A little bit over a month ago. Well, yeah, over a month ago.
A couple weeks ago, but yeah.
Yeah.
May they rest.
September 2nd. Okay.
Well, that's it. I'm out of time, man.
You're out of time again?
I'm done. It's over.
Well,
So,
set those time circuits to rewind.
So there are 3 options. Do you want a big cash prize, touch my glittery ball, or awkward pause?
I'm going to go with tried and true, the awkward pause.
Okay.
I'm surprised he's not asking to be beamed out again.
Awkward pause.
Awkward.
Well, that's awkward.
Yeah.
Although I am curious about the big glittery ball. I think I've seen that.
Maybe you don't want to.
I might not want to.
It might choke you to death. Scotty's like, really?
He's got to get the right lighting effect going there.
I guess. Yeah. I guess he didn't want to be beamed up.
Bye. See you, Scotty.
Aw, Scotty's gone.
And in the words of Scotty, thank God he's gone.
And as Mikey would say, now there's 3.
Then there were 3.
Shit.
Might be 2 here in a minute. I'm thinking about I might go over and say hi to Mikey for a little bit. But I want to say congratulations again, Jim, on 8,000. That's amazing, buddy.
Hey, thanks a lot. Only thing I can say to that is
Finally, we got it out. We finally got it out. Oh my goodness, of all the delays of the dogs and the noise and the scanner, we finally got that son of a bitch out. Damn it, man. I don't know if I'm coming or going.
And I don't think I was talking about Scotty.
Yeah, no, I don't think you were on it.
Yeah, that was a frustrating day.
That's a good
Let me
blooper.
tell you.
That was a good blooper.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's start this over again. Thanks, everybody, for coming in. Appreciate everybody giving me the 8,000 plus wishes. I tell you, it was a long climb. It took a little while to get there, but hey, at least YouTube know that everybody's real and we're all sitting down there. Might not watch a video now and then, but they're all there. I want to thank Mikey for coming in. Cuber. I just can't say the first part, but just fine with him.
Snortopus cuber.
Snortus cube. Okay, see
Snortopus cuber. Yes, yes, the panda. Yes, we know who you're talking.
Thanks, Gorilla, coming in. LDG. Oh man, I sent LDG a link, and what does he says? He said he was gonna sit and listen, but I catch him over there at Mikey's on the panel. Oh man, what'd you do that for? Yeah, he said this. I'm chilling, listening, but he never came up. That's okay. And Daniel's hot topics. Thank you for coming up. You're still on the panel. That's good. That's good. Yeah. And Sci-Fi Mambi popped in there. Thank you very much. I do go watch her now and then when I catch her stream. It's always at noontime. I think Monday through Friday. I don't know what time zone she's in. And we had good old buddy Matt Arnold popping in there. Oh, he was over here for an hour and 15 minutes. He did pretty good. Lemon Pie popped in there for a while.
Lemon's good people.
Oh, yeah. And we had a new guy come in, Fleet Admiral
Levi.
Yeah, he said he just subscribed, and I subscribed to him as well. And Nimbus of Eden, it was great to see him popping up there for a little bit. And good old William Wells here, yeah, kept us entertained. But old Scotty R37, maybe he finally ran out of the PB beer.
The PvP or the PBR? It's one of them.
Whatever.
I can't know.
And thanks for Basil for popping in there. Thank you very much. And you said, great job, sir. Thank you. You don't have to call me sir. I do work for a living. There's people that have said that before. So
yeah, my dad used to say that.
Yeah. My father always said it too when he was running backhoe and they asked him to do something and they give him a couple bucks. Well, thank you, sir. And he goes, don't call me sir. I work for a damn living.
I work for a living. That's what my dad said. Yeah. And it comes from when he was in the service. He was an NGO.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah.
Yep. So there you go. Well, we'll go ahead and close this down. And if Mikey's still up, we'll go over there and we'll call it the Commodore raid.
Yep, I'll be there shortly. See everybody over there. Let's go to Mikey's, people. Come on.
Go to Mikey's. Everybody take care and have a good night. Thank you very much for popping in. We'll catch you down the stream. Night. Bye-bye.
Transporter, stand by.